1.2. 1.
Should we buy her a present?
How long have you been waiting?
How many children does your sister have?
2.
Why didn't you like the movie?
Isn't this a beautiful place?
3.
What are they talking about?
Who does this bag belong to?
4.
Who lives in that house?
How many people follow you on Twitter?
1.3.
Could you tell me what time the store next door opens?
Do you know if Mark's coming to the meeting? Do you know whether Mark's coming to the meeting?
1.4. 1.
Do you have a big family? Do you have a big family?
2.
What don't you like about the place where you live? What don't you like about the place where you live?
3.
What sports or games are you good at? What sports or games are you good at?
4.
Do you think you have a healthy diet? Do you think you have a healthy diet?
5.
What makes you feel happy? What makes you feel happy?
1.5. 1.
Do you have a big family?
2. What don't you like about the place where you live?
3.
What sports or games are you good at?
4.
Do you think you have a healthy diet?
5.
What makes you feel happy?
1.6. 1.
Do you have a big family?
Yes, actually, I'm one of 7. I have 5 sisters and a brother.
Wow, that's a huge family.
2.
What don't you like about the place where you live?
Well, for one thing, I don't like my neighbors very much.
Why not? What's wrong with them?
3.
What sports or games are you good at?
Well, I'm not really very athletic, but I'm very good at chess.
Me too. We could play a game one day.
4.
Do you think you have a healthy diet?
Yes, very. In fact, I'm a vegan, so I only eat fruit and vegetables, and grains, and no meat or fish.
How interesting. How long have you been a vegan?
5.
What makes you feel happy?
Lots of things. Like buying new shoes.
Oh, really? I can't think of anything worse.
1.7. 1.
Wow, that's a huge family.
2.
Why not? What's wrong with them?
3.
Me too. We could play a game one day.
4.
How interesting. How long have you been a vegan?
5.
Oh, really? I can't think of anything worse.
1.8. 1.
Demanding.
2.
Flustered.
3.
Bizarre.
4.
Think on your feet.
5.
Approach.
6.
Rather than.
7.
Crush.
8.
Recruitment agency.
9.
Job seekers.
10.
Flapping.
1.9. 1.
I was being interviewed for a job with an advertising agency, and the interviewer kept checking information on my resume and then asking me about it. And he saw that I studied philosophy in college, and he said, "Oh, I see that you studied philosophy in college. Do you still practice philosophy?" So I said, "Well, I still think a lot." Anyway, he obviously liked the answer because I got the job.
2.
At my job interview to become an editor with a publishing company, there were 3 people asking questions, 2 managers and a woman from Human Resources. All the questions had been pretty normal. They were about my studies and experience, and then suddenly the woman from Human Resources asked me, "What would make you kick a dog?" I was totally flustered, but I managed to answer. I said, "I'd only kick it if the dog had bad grammar and couldn't punctuate properly." I thought it was a clever answer, and in fact, I got the job.
3.
When I was applying for a teaching job in Korea, they were doing the interviews by phone because I was in the US. And because of the time difference, they were all very early in the morning, which is not my best time. Anyway, the director of studies of this particular school asked me, "How tall are you? And how much do you weigh?" I answered his questions, but after the interview, when I thought about it, I decided that I didn't want to work in a school that would judge me by my height or my weight. So later, when they offered me the job, I turned it down.
4.
I was being interviewed for a job, and the interviewer asked me, "What animal would you like to be reincarnated as?" So I said a cat, because it was the first thing I thought of, and because cats have a good life. Well, at least in the US they do. And then the interviewer immediately looked a little embarrassed and said that he had been told to ask me that question to see how I would react, but that he thought it was a stupid question. In the end, I didn't get the job, so maybe the interviewer wasn't very fond of cats.
5.
I went for a job interview at a lawyer's office. There were 2 of us waiting to be interviewed, me and a man about the same age as me. He was nice, so we were chatting before we went in, and we agreed to have a coffee afterward. Well, I went in first, and they asked me the usual kinds of questions about my previous job. They had all my personal information on my resume, and so they knew I was married, and suddenly they asked me, "Are you planning to have children?" I said, "Not in the immediate future, but maybe one day." Afterward, when I was having coffee with the other candidate, I asked him if he'd been asked the same question, and he said no, even though he was married too. In fact, we both got offered jobs, but I still think that it was a very sexist question to ask.
1.10.
Fatos began to look very carefully at the coffee grounds in Chris's cup and to tell him what she could see. I remember that the first thing she said was that she could see sacks of money. And this was very accurate because Chris had worked in Saudi Arabia for several years and had earned a lot of money there. She also said that she could see a blonde lady. Well, Carla, Chris's girlfriend at the time, was blonde, so that was spot on too. But then Fatos suddenly looked very serious, and she said, "I can see somebody in your family who is sick, very sick, at this moment." I remember thinking, oh no, don't ruin a nice evening. But Chris is a very laid-back kind of person, and he didn't seem to be too worried by what she'd said. He just said, "Well, as far as I know, the people in my family are okay." Chris is an only child, and his mother lived with her sister. They were both in their 70s. Fatos said 1 or 2 more things, and then we asked the waiter for the check and said our goodbyes. It was a slightly weird end to what had been a very enjoyable evening. I can remember feeling relieved that I had said no when Fatos asked me if she could read my coffee cup. Chris and I got a taxi back to our hotel. The next day, Chris had a free morning because it was my turn to do the teacher training session in the hotel. So he went out early to go sightseeing in Istanbul. Around 9 o'clock, I got a call on my cell phone. It was Chris's girlfriend, Carla, calling. She told me that she needed to talk to Chris immediately, but that he wasn't answering his cell phone. I could tell by her voice that she had some very bad news for him, and I immediately thought of what Fatos had said the night before, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. I asked Carla what had happened, and she told me that Chris's aunt had died suddenly in the night. So, was it just a spooky coincidence? Or did Fatos really see what she said she saw in the coffee cup? I spoke to her before I left Istanbul, and I told her that Chris's aunt had died the night we had dinner. She wasn't at all surprised, and she just said, "Yes, I saw in the cup that someone in his family was near death, but I didn't want to frighten him, so I just said that the person was very sick." All I can say is that I always used to be very skeptical about fortune-telling, but now, well, I'm not so sure.
1.11. 1,
Well, Carla, Chris's girlfriend at the time, was blonde, so that was spot on too.
2,
But Chris is a very laid-back kind of person, and he didn't seem to be too worried by what she'd said.
3,
It was a slightly weird end to what had been a very enjoyable evening.
4,
So, was it just a spooky coincidence?
5,
I always used to be very skeptical about fortune-telling.
1.12. 1,
I heard a noise in the middle of the night.
You did? What kind of noise?
2,
You don't believe in ghosts, do you?
No, I don't.
3,
I don't believe you really saw a UFO.
I did see one. It couldn't have been anything else.
4,
I've never been to a fortune teller.
Neither have I.
I have. It was really interesting.
1.13. 1,
I like cats, but my husband doesn't.
Sally's coming tonight, but Angela isn't.
2,
I loved his latest novel.
So did I.
I haven't finished yet.
Neither have I.
Andrew's a doctor, and so is his wife. 3,
I don't like shopping online.
I do. I buy a lot of my clothes online.
4,
I went to a psychic yesterday.
You did?
I'll make the dinner.
You will? That's great.
5,
You didn't lock the door?
I did lock it. I know I did.
Sylvia isn't coming.
She is coming. I just spoke to her.
6,
You won't forget, will you?
She can speak Italian, can't she?
1.14.
I dreamed that I saw a ghost last night.
You did? So did I. How spooky.
I don't believe in fortune telling.
You don't? I do.
1.15.
You don't like horror movies, do you?
I do like them. It's just that sometimes they're too scary.
1.17. What's in your signature?
Our signature is very much part of the way in which we present ourselves to the world, so it can definitely give us some clues about the kind of person we are and how we feel about ourselves. As you know, a person's signature usually consists of a first name and a last name, or an initial and a last name. Your first name represents your private self, how you are with your family, and your last name represents your public self, the way you are at work or school and in your social life. If you use only initials, either for your first name or your last name in your signature, This means that you are more secretive and protective about either your private or public self. Now, look at the space between your name and last name. Are the two names very close together, or is there a reasonable space between them? The more space there is between your name and your last name, the more you wish to keep these two parts of your personality separate.
1.18. The size of your signature.
Now let's look at the size of your signature. If your first name is bigger and more prominent in your signature, this usually means that your private self is more important to you than your public self. If your last name is bigger and more prominent, this probably means that your public self is more important to you. If your whole signature is very big compared with the rest of your writing, this usually means that you are a self-confident person. Some people actually sign in capital letters, which suggests that they may be big-headed or even arrogant, rather than just self-confident. On the other hand, people who sign their name with a very small signature tend to be insecure and have low self-esteem.
1.19. The legibility of your signature.
Another important factor is how legible your signature is. In other words, how easy it is to read. A legible signature tends to mean that you're a person with clear ideas and objectives. On the other hand, if your signature is difficult to read, this may imply that you're somebody who doesn't think very clearly, and that you may be disorganized or indecisive. It can also mean that you're secretive. Generally speaking, the more illegible your signature is, the less assertive you probably are as a person.
1.20. The angle of your signature.
Finally, I want to say something about the angle of your signature. That's to say, whether your signature is horizontal or goes up or goes down on the page. A rising signature, one that goes up, means that you are the kind of person who, when you're faced with problems, will work hard to overcome them. You're a determined person and probably optimistic and ambitious. A descending signature, that is, one that goes down, suggests that you're the kind of person who gets disheartened or depressed when you're faced with problems, maybe because you are not very self-confident. A horizontal signature, one that goes straight across the page, usually indicates a person who is well-balanced and emotionally stable, and someone who is generally satisfied with the way their life is going. But it's worth bearing in mind that the angle of our signature may change at different times of our lives, depending on how we're feeling.
1.21. 1.
Some people actually sign in capital letters, which suggests that they may be big-headed or even arrogant.
2.
A descending signature suggests that you are the kind of person who gets disheartened or depressed when you are faced with problems, maybe because you are not very self-confident.
3.
A horizontal signature usually indicates a person who is well-balanced and emotionally stable.
1.22.
Bad-tempered.
Good-tempered.
Open-minded.
Narrow-minded.
Absent-minded.
Easygoing.
Laid back.
Tight-fisted.
Two-faced.
Strong-willed.
Self-centered.
1.23. Part 1. Preparing for a job interview.
My name is Jeff Neal. I'm a career coach, and I help people discover the right career for them and then actually go get that job.
How important is the resume when you're applying for a job?
The resume is really important because it represents you. It's often the first presentation of your skills and abilities to an employer before they actually have a chance to talk with you.
What are some mistakes that people make with their resumes?
So some of the biggest mistakes that I've seen that people make on their resume is they include everything, right? As an employer, I don't care what you did 20 years ago or 30 years ago. You may have been a star at something that you did 25 years ago, but as an employer, I'm thinking, this has no relevancy to me. You've changed over 25 years, the world has changed over 25 years. So people include far too much information in their resumes. My recommendation is that they only go back about 15 years.
Are there any other mistakes?
Another completely unforgivable mistake is grammatical errors, bad punctuation, and spelling errors. When I see a resume that has, more than one error, it's done, right? We live in a world where resumes are expected to be perfect. So word processing has spell check on it. There's just no reason to have something misspelled.
How important is a candidate's social media presence?
Yeah, in today's world, almost all hiring managers and HR staff will look for you online before they interview you. So your online profile can actually either help you get an interview or it can stop you from getting an interview. So for your social media, you want to be really careful, particularly when you're looking for a job. You want to be really careful about what pictures you're showing and what conversations you're posting is public information. You also want to do a Google search on your own name.
Assuming a candidate gets an interview, how do you help them to prepare for it?
So the way I help candidates prepare for interviews is I have them take the job advertisement, right? They can get the job advertisement if it's posted online or a job description from the HR office, and to go through it and simply circle what are the skills and abilities that are required to do that kind of job. And to take an 8.5 sheet of paper and make 3 columns, and in the first column list the key skills and abilities that are required to do that position. And then in the second column, list where they've used those skills and abilities in different roles in their career. And then in the third column, to actually create stories that demonstrate how they've used those skills in those different companies.
1.24 Part 2 On the day of the interview.
What tips can you give a candidate for the day itself? For example, how should people dress for an interview?
It's important to dress appropriately for an interview because if you're underdressed for an interview, it shows a lack of respect, right? Companies and employers are going to look at that and say, this person's not taking this interview seriously. So I encourage my clients to actually overdress a little bit for an interview. Now, how can you determine the best way to dress for an interview? You might actually get on a company's LinkedIn page and look at their LinkedIn photos because that'll give you a sense of that company's style. Are they all dressed in suits and they're really formal? Are they more relaxed? Another way outside of a big city is that you can often stake out the front door, a couple days ahead of time and see how employees are actually going into that office. How are they dressed?
Obviously, you shouldn't be late, but how early should you get there?
So you want to show up at an interview about 5 minutes early. If you get there earlier than that, just grab a cup of coffee in a nearby restaurant or shop. And that when you walk into the interview, you don't want to have your headphones on. You want to make sure your cell phone is turned off. You don't want to have any interruptions.
Do you have any other tips before the interview starts?
As soon as you walk into the building for a job interview, you've already begun the interview. The way that you greet people, the way that you greet the receptionist at the front desk and security, if there is security, all those people are part of the interview process because if you don't handle it in the right way, they may tell the person that you're interviewing with how you approach them and your chances of getting the job can actually be eliminated. So it's important that you treat everyone that you meet in the building as part of the interview process.
1.25 Part 3 During the interview itself.
Is it okay for a candidate to talk about money or salary during an interview?
It is okay for a candidate to talk about money and salary during an interview, but the real question is, when should they talk about money and salary? And the answer is late. One of the biggest mistakes that job candidates make is they focus too much on their own needs, right? So work-life balance is important. The number of hours I'm going to work, the amount of vacation I'm going to get, the pay and the benefits, they're all very important. But we have to understand that the employer is giving us money. What's most important is that I want to communicate that I can deliver enough value for this position that you offer me the job. Once an employer believes that I'm the right candidate and then they offer me the position, that's the right time to start talking about money and benefits. However, I wouldn't raise the topic. I would let the employer raise it first.
Do you have any other tips for candidates during the interview?
Body image and body language is really, really important in an interview. I can remember interviewing someone that was slouched back and they were down and their energy was really, really low. And it just communicated to me, this person doesn't really want this job. They didn't feel motivated. And I can remember talking with candidates who they're leaning forward and their voice is stronger. They're making a lot of eye contact directly with me. I can tell that they're really listening to what I'm saying. They're hearing what I'm saying, and that they want to learn about this job to help me understand their value. So body language and eye contact are really, really important. The tone of voice is also really, really important, because when we're unsure, we're less confident, we tend to not only slouch, but our voice goes down. And that's not communicating the confidence that you have, that you're confident in your skills and abilities.
And just to finish, did you ever ask extreme questions during interviews when you worked in HR?
As a director of HR, sometimes I would ask extreme questions, such as, if you could be any kind of tree in the world, what kind of tree would you want to be? Because I want to see what it reveals about someone's personality.
What would a good answer be?
So one good answer could be, I'd like to be an oak tree, because it's strong and it's steady. Another good answer could be, I'd like to be an apple tree, because it's beautiful when it's blooming and it gives fruit to people that they would enjoy. Another answer could be, I'd like to be a cactus, because cactuses don't need a lot of support and they're very, very persistent. They can survive.
1.26. Interview with a career counselor. Looking at language. 1.
So some of the biggest mistakes that I've seen that people make on their resume is they include everything.
2.
As an employer, I don't care what you did 20 years ago or 30 years ago.
3.
You also want to do a Google search on your own name.
4.
Take an 8.5 sheet of paper and make 3 columns.
5.
You want to make sure your cell phone is turned off.
6.
They're making a lot of eye contact directly with me.
1.27. On the street. Janine.
When did you last have an interview for a job?
The last time I had an interview for a job was in 2011.
How did you prepare for the interview?
I took a lot of Rescue Remedy to help with the nerves, and I just practiced every question that they could ask me in my head.
Did the interview go well?
No, it didn't. I didn't get the job.
Joe.
When did you last have an interview for a job?
About 2 months ago.
How did you prepare for the interview?
Well, I looked at the job description and thought about my experience and then tried to match my experience to the various different points on the job interview.
Did the interview go well?
It did.
How do you know it went well?
Because they offered me the job.
Ivan.
When did you last have an interview for a job?
I last had an interview for a job a few weeks ago. That's the last time I had an interview for a job.
How did you prepare for the interview?
To prepare for the job interview, I read about the company and learned about what they did and to see if I liked the work that they did.
How do you know it went well?
I think it went well because they followed up with an email to talk about further opportunities at that company.
Yasuko.
When did you last have an interview for a job?
The last interview that I had was for my current company that I work for, and that was about 2 years ago.
How did you prepare for the interview?
I prepared for the interview by doing a little research on the company, the kind of products that they make, their philosophy, the history and their background of the company.
Did the interview go well?
I think that the interview went well because it was actually a long interview. I had a lot of good conversation with the managers there, and I also got a few more interviews afterwards and eventually got the job, so the interviews went well.
Used.
When did you last have an interview for a job?
About 3 months ago.
How did you prepare for the interview?
I read about the company and I knew what the job contents was, and I knew everything that I had to know for the interview. I was well prepared to answer their questions.
Did the interview go well?
It went well. In the end, they said I was too young, so they didn't hire me, but they would have if I was older, they said.
1.28 Colloquial English phrases. 1.
I just practiced every question that they could ask me in my head.
2.
And then tried to match my experience to the various different points on the job interview.
3.
I think it went well because they followed up with an email.
4.
Their philosophy, the history and their background of the company.
5.
In the end, they said I was too young, so they didn't hire me.
1.29 Minor illnesses and conditions. A. 9.
A cough.
6.
A headache.
1.
A rash.
4.
A temperature.
2.
Sunburn.
8.
She's sick. She's vomiting.
10.
She's sneezing.
3.
Her ankle is swollen.
7.
Her back hurts. Her back aches.
5.
Her finger is bleeding.
1.30 C. 1. B.
He has a sore throat. It hurts when he talks or swallows food.
2. D.
He has diarrhea. He's been to the bathroom 5 times this morning.
3. E.
He feels sick. He feels like he's going to vomit.
4. C.
He's fainted. It's so hot in the room that he's lost consciousness.
5. H.
He has a blister on his foot. He's been walking in uncomfortable shoes.
6. F.
He has a cold. He's sneezing a lot, and he has a cough.
7. A.
He has the flu. He has a temperature and he aches all over.
8. G.
He feels dizzy. He feels that everything is spinning around.
9. I.
He's cut himself. He's bleeding.
1.31 Injuries and more serious conditions. 1. C.
He's unconscious. He's breathing, but his eyes are closed and he can't hear or feel anything.
2. G.
He's had an allergic reaction. He was stung by a wasp, and now he has a rash and has difficulty breathing.
3. B.
He's twisted his ankle. He's sprained his ankle. He fell badly and now it's swollen.
4. D.
He has high blood pressure. It's 180 over 140.
5. E.
He has food poisoning. He ate some chicken that wasn't fully cooked.
6. F.
He's choking. He was eating a steak and a piece got stuck in his throat.
7. A.
He burned himself. He spilled some boiling water on himself.
1.32. Phrasal verbs connected with illness. 1.
Pass out means faint.
2.
Lie down means put your body in a horizontal position.
3.
Throw up means vomit, be sick.
4.
Get over means get better, recover from something.
5.
Come around means become conscious again.
1.33.
Shower. Sh. Pressure. Rash. Unconscious.
Jazz. J. Allergy. Bandage.
Chess. Ch. Choking. Temperature.
Key. K. Ache. Ankle. Stomach.
1.34.
Antibiotics.
Symptom.
Medicine.
Emergency.
Operation.
Aspirin.
Specialist.
Acetaminophen.
X-ray.
Cholesterol.
Injection.
CAT scan.
1.35.
Good morning, Mr. Blaine. What's the problem?
I haven't been feeling well for a few days. I keep getting headaches, and I've been coughing a lot too. And I have a temperature.
Have you been taking anything for the headaches?
Yes, acetaminophen. But it doesn't really help. I read on the internet that headaches can be the first symptom of a brain tumor.
How many tablets have you taken so far today?
I took 2 this morning.
And have you taken your temperature this morning?
Yes, I've taken it 5 or 6 times. It's high.
Let me see. Well, your temperature seems to be perfectly normal now.
I think I need a blood test. I haven't had one for 2 months.
Well, Mr. Blaine, I think we should wait for a few days and see how your symptoms develop. Can you send the next patient in, please, nurse?
1.36.
Your next patient is Mrs. Williams. Here are her notes.
How many times has Mr. Blaine been to the health center this week?
4 times, I think. Yes, I know. He's a complete...
1.37. 1.
Have you ever written a blog?
2.
We've landed, but we haven't gotten off the plane yet. I've already told you 3 times.
3.
It's the best book I've ever read.
4.
I've known Keiko since I was a child. My sister has had the flu for 10 days now.
5.
How many Patricia Cornwell novels have you read? They've seen each other twice this week.
1.38. 1.
How long have you been feeling sick?
He's been chatting online all evening.
2.
I haven't been sleeping well.
It's been raining all day.
3.
I've been shopping all morning. I'm exhausted.
Take your shoes off. They're filthy.
Yes, I know. I've been working in the yard.
1.39. 1.
I've been learning French for the last 3 years.
He's liked classical music since he was a teenager.
2.
She's been having a good time at school.
They've had that car for at least 10 years.
3.
We've lived in this town since 1980.
We've been living in a rented house for the last 2 months.
4.
I've painted the kitchen.
I've been painting the kitchen.
1.40. 1.
Life-threatening.
2.
Mouth ulcer.
3.
Alternative remedies.
4.
Under the weather.
5.
Cancer.
6.
Infection.
7.
Heart rate.
8.
Surgery.
9.
Pulse.
10.
Tumor.
11.
Miracle cures.
1.41.
So, Dr. Roberta, do you meet a lot of hypochondriacs in your work?
All the time, I'm afraid. It's very common these days for people to look up their symptoms on health websites on the internet and to diagnose themselves with weird or exotic illnesses. For example, the other day, I had a patient who came in because his back was very red and itchy. He had been looking on internet medical sites and was absolutely convinced that he had an extremely rare skin condition. He even knew the medical name, nodular paniculitis. But in fact, when I examined him and talked to him, it turned out that he had spent the weekend working in his yard in the sun, and his back was sunburned.
So, you would prefer your patients not to check their symptoms on the internet?
No, don't get me wrong. I'm not anti-health websites. I just want people to use them sensibly. The problem is that diagnosis of a condition or an illness doesn't just depend on one specific symptom that you can type into Google. It depends on all kinds of other things, like a patient's appearance, their blood pressure, their heart rate, and so on.
Of course.
And diagnosis also depends on where you live. For example, if you live in a U.S. city and you haven't traveled overseas, it's very unlikely that you have malaria, even if you have some of the symptoms.
What other problems are there when people use health websites?
Well, you have to check carefully what kind of site it is that you are looking at. Some websites look as if they have been created by health professionals, but in fact, they've been set up by commercial companies that are trying to sell you something. Also, some healthcare sites recommend expensive treatments or medicine that is not available in all parts of the world.
Are there any websites that you would recommend?
Oh yes, absolutely. For example, people with chronic diseases like asthma can get a lot of help and information from online support groups. These websites have forums where you can talk to other people who have the same condition and illness, and you can usually get information about the latest research and new treatments.
Mm-hmm.
And there are often online support groups for people who have unusual illnesses, too.
Finally, do you have any tips for all those cyberchondriacs out there?
Yes, I have 3. First, only look online after you've been to the doctor. If you're not feeling well, make a list of the symptoms you have that are worrying you, and go and see your doctor with this list. Then, when your doctor has told you what he or she thinks, you could take a look online.
Uh-huh.
Second, make sure you're looking at a reliable and professional medical website. And finally, remember that common symptoms usually have common causes. So if you have diarrhea, for example, it's much more likely to be food poisoning than the Ebola virus.
Dr. Roberta, thank you very much.
1.43 1.
The English are famous for drinking tea.
The Chinese invented paper.
The Dutch make wonderful cheese.
2.
The poor are getting poorer, and the rich are getting richer.
The government needs to create more jobs for the unemployed.
1.44
We have a charming old house near the lake.
She has long brown hair.
I bought a beautiful Italian leather belt.
1.45
Welcome to today's program in our series on age. The topic is clothes, and the question is, do people these days dress their age, and should they? Our guests are both fashion journalists with well-known magazines. Hello, Liza and Adrian.
Hello.
Hi.
Let's start with you, Liza.
Well, the first thing I'd like to say to all the young people out there is next time you give your grandma a warm cardigan and some slippers for her birthday, don't be surprised if she asks for the receipt, because she'll probably want to go out and exchange them for something more exciting.
So you think these days women in their 60s and 70s dress much younger than they used to?
Oh, absolutely. Think of women like Sophia Loren, Catherine Deneuve, Helen Mirren, and Jane Fonda. Jane Fonda is in her late 70s, and last month she was on a talk show wearing a leather miniskirt. She looked fabulous. But of course, it isn't just famous women who are dressing younger. Some recent research says that 9 out of 10 women say they try to dress younger than their age.
Do you think that's true?
Well, it depends on your age, of course. A lot of teenage girls try to dress older than they are, maybe to get into parties. But I would say that from 30 onward, most women try to dress younger than they are.
And do you think there's anything wrong with that?
Actually, I think it's not a question of dressing older or younger. It's a question of wearing what suits you.
Uh-huh.
And if you looked good in jeans when you were 15, if you keep your figure, you'll probably look good in them when you're 80. There are a few things that can look a little ridiculous on older women. Like, let's see, very short shorts, but not many.
So your fashion rule would be?
Wear whatever you think suits you and makes you feel good.
Adrian, what about men? Do you think they also try to look younger than their age?
Well, interestingly, in the research Liza mentioned, only 12% of the men who were questioned said they had ever thought about dressing to look younger. But actually, I think a lot of them weren't telling the truth. Look at all those middle-aged men you see wearing jeans that are too tight and incredibly bright t-shirts.
You don't approve?
No, I don't. Personally, I think that men should take their age into account when they're buying clothes.
Do you think that some men actually dress older than their age?
Yes, definitely. Some do.
Uh-huh.
Some men in their 20s look as if they were 20 years older by wearing blazers and khakis, or wearing suits and ties when they don't have to. They've maybe started their careers and they want their bosses to take them more seriously.
Yeah.
And a lot of men in their 30s realize that they can't dress like a teenager anymore, but they go to the opposite extreme and they start buying the kind of clothes that their fathers wear.
So, what would your fashion rule be for men?
Dress for the age you are, not for the age you wish you were.
Liza and Adrian, thank you very much.
(1.46) Describing clothes. A. Fit. 2.
Loose.
1.
Tight.
Style. 6.
Hooded.
4.
Long-sleeved.
3.
Sleeveless.
5.
V-neck.
Pattern. 9.
Patterned.
11.
Plaid.
7.
Plain.
10.
Dotted.
8.
Striped.
1.47 C. Materials. 4.
A cotton undershirt.
9.
A denim vest.
5.
A fur collar.
3.
A lace top.
1.
A linen suit.
7.
A lycra swimsuit.
8.
A silk scarf.
6.
A velvet bow tie.
2.
A wool cardigan.
11.
Leather sandals.
10.
Suede boots.
1.48 Adjectives to describe the way people dress. 1.
Long skirts are really fashionable now.
2.
She's very trendy. She always wears the latest fashions.
3.
The Italians have a reputation for being very stylish. They wear fashionable and attractive clothes.
4.
He looks really scruffy. His clothes are old and dirty.
5.
Jane looked very neat in her new suit. She wanted to make a good impression.
6.
That tie's a little old-fashioned. Is it your dad's?
1.49 Verb phrases. 1. C.
I'm going to dress up tonight.
2. A.
Please hang up your coat.
3. F.
These jeans don't fit me.
4. H.
That skirt really suits you.
5. G.
Your bag matches your shoes.
6. B.
I need to get changed.
7. E.
Hurry up and get undressed.
8. I.
Get up and get dressed.
9. D.
That tie doesn't really go with your shirt.
1.50
Boot. Ooh. Suit. Loose.
Bull. Hooded. Wool.
Tree. E. Sleeveless. Jeans.
Fish. Linen. Slippers.
Egg. checked, leather,
cat, sandals, patterned,
clock, cotton, dotted,
saw, awe, awful, long.
1.51. A short movie on the history of surgery.
Hi, I'm in Southwark, in London. This area used to be the site of one of London's oldest hospitals, St Thomas's. St Thomas's was here for almost 700 years and had one of the country's first ever operating theatres.
Have you ever had an operation? If you have, it was probably in an operating theatre like this. These modern theatres are clean, spacious, and bright. As you can see, they are full of high-tech equipment. And they are designed to make surgery as clean and as safe as possible. They usually have an adjustable metal operating table in the center of the room. Above the table, there are several large fluorescent lights, which allow surgeons to see everything. At the head of the table, there's an anesthetic machine, and around the room there are various monitors, measuring heart rate, blood pressure, and blood oxygen levels.
But what about old operating theatres? What were they like? Well, that's why I've come here. You see, St Thomas's old operating theatre used to be in the attic of this church.
The hospital was moved from here in the 1860s. But when a historian decided to investigate the church's old attic, he found a large abandoned room containing some old-fashioned surgical equipment.
Today, this room is part of the Old Operating Theatre Museum. The museum has been teaching visitors about the history of surgery for over 50 years.
The first question many people ask when they come here is, why is it called an operating theatre? Well, the answer is simple. As you can see, medical students used to stand here and watch the surgery, like an audience watching a play in a theatre. During operations, the room was always cramped and crowded, and the bigger and bloodier the operation, the bigger the audience.
Imagine how frightening it must have been for the poor patients. And they were usually quite poor. The rich had their operations at home, but the poor would tolerate the audience in order to receive surgery they would never be able to afford otherwise.
The patient would lie on this uncomfortable wooden bench while the surgeon worked. There was no anesthetic, so patients were awake throughout the procedure, unless, of course, they fainted. The surgeons were quick. They could amputate a leg in less than a minute, but they had very little understanding of hygiene.
There were no antiseptics, and surgeons always wore the same coats, which were usually covered with blood from previous operations.
They often used dirty instruments, which were kept on this old wooden table, and they rarely washed their hands. Below the operating table, there was a wooden box filled with sawdust or wood shavings. This collected the blood from each operation. But often, there was too much blood, so in the end, they built a false floor. The blood could be washed away and collected in the space between the new floor and the original floor. In such unhygienic conditions, it isn't surprising that patients often died during surgery. After the patient's death, their bones and organs were kept for further study.
All of these practices seem primitive to us today, but without these techniques, we might never have developed the cleaner, safer procedures we have today. That's something we can all be grateful for.
2.2. 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on board this flight to Hong Kong. Please place all carry-on luggage in the overhead compartments or underneath the seat in front of you. We ask that you please fasten your seatbelts and, for safety reasons, we advise you to keep them fastened throughout the flight.
2.
We also ask that you make sure your seat backs and tray tables are in their full upright and locked positions for takeoff. Please turn off all personal electronic devices, including laptops and cell phones. We remind you that smoking is prohibited for the duration of the flight.
3.
Ladies and gentlemen, we ask for your attention for the following safety instructions. Please read the safety information card located in the seat pocket in front of you. There are 6 emergency exits on this aircraft, all marked with exit signs. Take a minute to locate the exit closest to you. Note that the nearest exit may be behind you.
4.
The safety information card is in the seat pocket in front of you. Please read it. It shows you the equipment carried on this aircraft for your safety. Your life jacket is located under your seat. In the unlikely event of a water landing, place the life jacket over your head, fasten the straps at the front, and pull them tight. Do not inflate the jacket inside the aircraft. As you leave the aircraft, pull down on the red tabs to inflate the vest. If necessary, the life jacket can be inflated by blowing through these tubes.
2.3. At the airport. 1. A.
Airport terminal.
2. D.
Baggage drop-off.
3. I.
Baggage claim.
4. C.
Check-in desk.
5. J.
Customs.
6. B.
Departures board.
7. G.
Gate.
8. H.
Runway.
9. E.
Security.
10. F.
VIP lounge.
2.4. On board.
I often fly to Chile on business. I always choose an aisle seat so that I can get up and walk around more easily. Sometimes there is turbulence when the plane flies over the Andes, which I don't enjoy, and the cabin crew tells the passengers to put their seatbelts on. There aren't many direct flights to Chile from Paris, so I usually have to get a connecting flight in Atlanta. Whenever I take long-haul flights, I always suffer from jet lag because of the time difference, and I feel tired for several days.
2.5. Travel, trip, or journey. 1.
We're going on a 5-day trip to the mountains.
2.
How long was your journey across China?
It was about 2 months long, and it was amazing.
3.
Do you have to travel much for your job?
4.
Have a good trip. See you when you get back.
2.6. Phrasal verbs related to air travel. 1.
My husband dropped me off at the airport 2 hours before the flight.
2.
I checked in online the day before I was going to fly.
3.
As soon as I got on the plane, I sat down in the first empty seat.
4.
The plane took off late because of the bad weather.
5.
I filled out the immigration form for the U.S., which the cabin crew gave me shortly before landing.
6.
When I got off the plane, I felt exhausted after the long flight.
7.
When I picked up my luggage at baggage claim, I bumped into an old friend who had been on the same flight.
2.7.
With me in the studio today, I have Richard, who's a pilot, and Bryn, who's an air traffic controller. And they are going to answer some of the most frequently asked questions about flying and air travel. Hello to both of you.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, we're going to start with you, Richard. The first question is, what weather conditions are the most dangerous when flying a plane?
Probably the most dangerous weather conditions are when the wind changes direction very suddenly. This tends to happen during thunderstorms and hurricanes, and it's especially dangerous during takeoff and landing. But it's pretty unusual. I've been flying for 37 years now, and I've only experienced this 3 or 4 times.
What about turbulence? Is that dangerous?
It can be very bumpy and very uncomfortable, but it isn't dangerous. Even strong turbulence won't damage the plane. Pilots always try to avoid turbulence, but it can sometimes occur without any warning, which is why we always advise passengers to wear their seatbelt all the time during the flight.
Uh-huh. Which is more dangerous, takeoff or landing?
Both takeoff and landing can be dangerous. They're the most dangerous moments of a flight. Pilots talk about the critical 8 minutes, the 3 minutes after takeoff, and the 5 minutes before landing.
Mm-hmm.
Most accidents happen in this period, but I would say that takeoff is probably slightly more dangerous than landing. There is a critical moment just before takeoff when the plane is accelerating, but it hasn't yet reached the speed to be able to fly. If the pilot has a problem with the plane at this point, he or she has very little time, maybe only a second, to abort the takeoff.
Are some airports more dangerous than others?
Yes, some are, particularly airports with high mountains around them and airports in countries with older or more basic navigation equipment.
Uh-huh.
For some difficult airports, like, let's say Kathmandu, they only allow very experienced pilots to land there. And for some of these airports, pilots have to practice on a simulator first before they are given permission to land a plane there.
Thanks, Richard. Over to you, Bryn. What personal qualities do you think you need to be an air traffic controller?
I think confidence is number one. You need to be a self-confident person. You have to be sure of yourself and of the decisions you're making.
Most people imagine that being an air traffic controller is very stressful. Do you agree?
Actually, on a daily basis, the job isn't as stressful as people think. Obviously, it's true that stressful situations do arise, but when you're very busy, you just don't have time to get stressed.
Why is it important for pilots and controllers to have good, clear English?
English is the official language of air traffic control. We communicate with pilots using very specific phrases like runway, wind, cleared for takeoff, turbulence, traffic ahead, to your left, to your right, things like that. And it's true that you could just learn these specific phrases. But then in an emergency, you don't know what language you might need. It's much less predictable, which is why it's vital for pilots and air traffic controllers to speak really good, clear English.
If I could just interrupt here, in fact, there have been several air crashes that happened because the air traffic controller misunderstood something that the pilot had said in English, or vice versa, because their pronunciation wasn't clear enough.
Yes, that's right.
Finally, people tend to think that most pilots and air traffic controllers are men. Would you say that was true?
Not in air traffic control. There are lots of women. It may not be 50-50, but there are plenty of us.
It's true about pilots, though. I mean, there are some women pilots, but it's still pretty much a male-dominated job, I'd say.
Why do you think that is?
People say it's because men have a better sense of direction.
Very funny.
Richard, Bryn, thank you very much.
2.8. 1.
We arrived at the airport and checked in.
2.
We were having dinner when the plane hit some turbulence.
At 9 o'clock, most people on the plane were reading or were trying to sleep.
3.
When we arrived at the airport, we suddenly realized that we had left one of the suitcases in the taxi.
4.
We'd been flying for about 2 hours when suddenly the captain told us to fasten our seatbelts because we were flying into some very bad weather.
2.9.
Lena was crying because she'd been reading a very sad book.
Lena didn't want to see the movie because she'd already read the book.
2.10.
Boot. Ooh. Flew. Through.
Fish. Hid.
Saw. Ah. Caught. Fought. Thought.
Bird. Heard. Hurt.
Phone. Oh. Drove. Rode. Told. Wrote.
Up. Cut.
Egg. Fell. Held. Kept. Left. Read. Said. Slept.
Train. Became. Lay.
2.11.
We were on a flight to Lyon, and we'd been flying for about 5 hours. I was reading, and my wife was watching a movie, when suddenly we heard a very loud noise. It sounded as if an engine had exploded. The pilot didn't tell us what had happened until half an hour later.
2.13. 1.
He walks very slowly.
I speak 5 languages fluently.
The driver was seriously injured in the accident.
2.
I hardly ever have time for breakfast.
Liam's always late for work.
I would never have thought you were 40.
3.
My parents will be here in half an hour.
It rained all day yesterday.
4.
I'm nearly finished.
We're incredibly tired. My husband works a lot, but he doesn't earn much.
5.
Unfortunately, the package never arrived.
Ideally, we should leave here at 10.
2.14. 1.
Oh no!
2.
Oh, what happened to the music?
3.
Can I see your boarding pass?
Oh no, I lost it. Where is it? Where is it?
I'm afraid you can't fly if you don't have your boarding pass.
Oh, here it is. Thank goodness. It was in my pocket.
4.
Tom, this is Andrea. But, of course, you two know each other, don't you?
Actually, we've only met once, so not really. Hi, Andrea.
Hello.
5.
I can't see a thing. I think we'd better stop for a little bit.
6.
Excuse me. Please, could you tell me how to get to the train station?
Sure, dude. Right down Main Street, left at the light, straight through the underpass, and then it's right in front of you.
Pardon?
2.15 Confusing adverbs and adverbial phrases. 1.
He trains very hard, at least 3 hours a day.
It's incredibly foggy. I can hardly see anything.
2.
I hate it when people arrive late for meetings.
I haven't heard from Mike lately. He must be very busy.
3.
At the end of a movie, I always stay and watch the credits roll.
I didn't want to go, but in the end, they persuaded me.
4.
I love most kinds of music, but especially jazz.
My wedding dress was specially made for me by a dressmaker.
5.
She looks younger than me, but actually she's 2 years older.
Right now, they're renting a house, but they're hoping to buy one soon.
6.
I'm nearly finished with my book. I'm on the last chapter.
Excuse me, is there a bank near here?
7.
Have you found a job yet?
He's 35, but he still lives with his parents.
8.
Have you ever been to the U.S.?
I've been all over the U.S. I've even been to Alaska.
2.16 Comment adverbs. 1.
Ideally.
2.
In fact.
3.
Basically.
4.
Obviously.
5.
Gradually.
6.
Apparently.
7.
Anyway.
8.
Eventually.
2.17
Actually.
Almost.
Apparently.
Basically.
Definitely.
Even.
Eventually.
Fortunately.
Gradually.
Ideally.
Incredibly.
Luckily.
Obviously.
Unfortunately.
2.18 1.
There was a lot of traffic, and unfortunately we arrived extremely late.
2.
We definitely want to go abroad this summer, ideally somewhere hot.
3.
It's incredibly easy. Even a child could do it.
4.
Mark gradually began to realize that Lily didn't love him anymore.
5.
I thought Roberto was Portuguese, but actually he's Brazilian.
6.
Apparently, Jack has been offered a promotion at work, but it will mean moving to New York.
7.
I absolutely love Italian food, especially pasta.
2.19 The Gift of the Magi by O. Henry. Part 1.
$1.87. That was all, and 60 cents of it was in pennies. Pennies saved 1 and 2 at a time by bargaining with the grocer and the vegetable man and the butcher until her cheeks burned with embarrassment. 3 times Della counted it, $1.87, and the next day would be Christmas. There was clearly nothing to do but sit on the shabby little couch and cry, so Della did it. Della lived with her husband in a furnished apartment at $8 a week. At the front door, there was an empty mailbox and a doorbell that no longer worked, and under the broken doorbell there was a card with the name Mr. James Dillingham Young. But whenever Mr. James Dillingham came home and reached his apartment, he was called Jim and greatly loved by Mrs. James Dillingham, already introduced to you as Della, which is all very good. Della stopped crying and fixed her makeup. She stood by the window and looked out at a gray cat walking a gray fence in a gray backyard. Tomorrow would be Christmas Day, and she had only $1.87 to buy Jim a present. She had been saving every penny she could for months with this result. $20 a week doesn't go far. Expenses had been more than she calculated. They always are. Only $1.87 to buy a present for Jim. Her Jim. She had spent many happy hours planning something nice for him, something fine and rare, something Jim deserved.
2.20 Part 2
Della looked at herself in the mirror. She pulled down her hair and let it fall to its full length. Now there were two possessions that Jim and Della were very proud of. One was Jim's gold watch that had been his father's and his grandfather's. The other was Della's hair. It reached below her knee and made itself almost like a garment for her. As she looked in the mirror, she had an idea. She did her hair up again nervously and quickly. She hesitated for a minute and stood still while a tear or two fell on the worn red carpet. But then she put on her old brown jacket. She put on her old brown hat. With a brilliant sparkle in her eyes, she danced out the door and down the stairs to the street. Where she stopped, the sign read, Madame Sofronie, hair goods of all kinds. Della ran up one flight of stairs and then stopped, panting.
Will you buy my hair?
Asked Della.
I buy hair,
said Madame.
Take your hat off and let's take a look at it.
Down came the brown hair.
$20,
said Madame, lifting the hair with her hand.
Give it to me, quick,
said Della. The next 2 hours sped by quickly. She hurried through the stores looking for Jim's present. She found it at last. It surely had been made for Jim and no one else. There was no other like it in any of the stores, and she had turned them all inside out. It was a platinum chain, simple and elegant in design. As soon as she saw it, she knew that it must be Jim's. It was like him, quietness and value. The description applied to both Jim and the chain. She paid $21 for the chain, and she hurried home with 87 cents.
2.21 Part 3
When Della reached home, she got out her curling irons and went to work repairing the damage to her hair. Within 40 minutes, her head was covered with curls that made her look wonderfully like a naughty schoolboy. She looked at her reflection in the mirror long, carefully, and critically.
If Jim doesn't kill me,
she said to herself,
before he takes a second look at me, he'll say I look like a chorus girl. But what could I do? Oh, what could I do with $1.87?
At 7 o'clock the coffee was made, and the frying pan was on the back of the stove, hot and ready to cook the chops. Jim was never late.
Please, God, make him think I am still pretty,
Della whispered. The door opened, and Jim stepped in. He stopped inside the door. His eyes were fixed on Della, and there was an expression in them that she could not read, and it terrified her. It was not anger, nor surprise, nor disapproval, nor horror, nor any of the sentiments that she had been prepared for. He simply stared at her with a peculiar expression on his face.
Jim, darling,
She cried.
Don't look at me that way. I had my hair cut off and sold it because I couldn't have lived through Christmas without giving you a present. It'll grow again. You won't mind, will you? I just had to do it. My hair grows awfully fast. Say Merry Christmas, Jim, and let's be happy. You don't know what a beautiful, nice gift I've got for you.
You've cut off your hair?
Asked Jim, as if he could not understand the fact.
Cut it off and sold it,
said Della.
Don't you like me just as well, anyhow? I'm me without my hair, aren't I?
Jim looked about the room curiously.
You say your hair is gone?
He said with an air almost of idiocy.
2.22 Part 4
Jim drew a package from his overcoat pocket and threw it upon the table.
Don't make any mistake, Del,
he said.
About me. I don't think there's anything that could make me like my girl any less. But if you'll unwrap that package, you may see why I was upset at first.
Della tore at the string and paper. And then a scream of ecstatic joy.
Oh!
And then, alas, a quick change to hysterical tears and crying. For there lay the set of combs that Della had really wanted. Beautiful combs, just the color to wear in her beautiful vanished hair. They were expensive combs, she knew, and her heart had longed for them without the least hope that she would ever own them. And now they were hers, but the hair that the beautiful combs should have adorned was gone. But she hugged them to her chest, and at length she was able to look up with dim eyes and a smile and say,
My hair grows so fast, Jim.
And then Della jumped up. Jim had not yet seen his beautiful present. She held it out to him.
Isn't it dandy, Jim? I hunted all over town to find it. You'll have to look at the time 100 times a day now. Give me your watch. I want to see how it looks on it.
Instead of obeying, Jim sat down on the couch and put his hands under the back of his head and smiled.
Del,
he said,
let's put our Christmas presents away and keep 'em a while. They're too nice to use right now. I sold the watch to get the money to buy your combs. And now, suppose you put the chops on.
2.23 Interview with a children's book expert. Part 1
My name is Marian Pomerantz. I'm the manager of literary programs at a nonprofit in New York City called Learning Leaders. And I also have written 3 children's books.
What was your favorite book when you were a child?
My favorite book was If I Ran the Circus by Dr. Seuss. It was the first book in my home that was for children, and it was just so exciting to have it, to hold it, to read it, and I still have it.
What was it that you liked about Dr. Seuss?
What I love about Dr. Seuss is his use of language, the words, the made-up words, the way the words flow together and sound. It just brought me to a different place, and I love that.
Who read to you when you were a child, your mom or dad or both?
My parents didn't speak English when I was growing up. They were English learners as I was growing up, and I kind of helped them with language. And I think I introduced books to the home, really. They became readers down the road.
You have a son, right? Did you read to him?
I have one son, and as a child, books were very important to me, and I think became important to him because of that. We read together every night. We read books like Stella Luna and Corduroy when he was young, and continued to read together, mostly fiction.
How has writing for children changed over time, maybe in the last 50 years?
I think books have changed in that authors are more cognizant of writing about real children and real issues. I grew up with stories like Nancy Drew, who lived in this fictional America where everyone was white and everyone had a mommy and a daddy, and now they write about more honest and true stories of what children's lives are really like.
And that's a good thing?
And that's a great thing.
2.24 Interview with a children's book expert. Part 2.
Do you have any thoughts about getting teenagers to read more?
I do. I think teenagers would read if they were given more control over what they can read, if the choices were their own and they weren't told what they had to read, if they were told they were allowed to put a book down and start something else. And you can read anything. You can read the ads on the subway. You can read a magazine article. You can read the side of a cereal box. I mean, that's all reading.
Are there good authors or books in pop culture now whose material has encouraged teenagers to read?
I think that the series books that are really popular these days have helped teenagers want to read, like the Twilight series, the Harry Potter series. Kids like to go back. They like to become familiar with a character and the story, and I think those books have been successful because of that.
Going back to kids, what is the key to getting a very young person to start reading?
I think to get a child to start reading, the key is really to starting when they're young. Have books around your home. Have a library card. Share the books that you read with them. Talk about the books at dinner. Know what they're reading and talk about their books. Take a trip to a publishing house and see what goes into making a book. Meet an author if you can do that. Go to a bookstore and hear someone who's written a book talk about a book. I think you have to just get the excitement of books across. If you're excited about books, they'll get excited about books.
What kind of books do you think young people enjoy reading?
The kind of books that children like to read are books maybe with a little subversion in them, books where maybe the adults are a little goofy and the kids solve the problems. Children want to relate. They want to feel they have a little bit of power. I think young children feel that way. Middle schoolers feel that way. And I think if you look carefully at books that kids really like, it's the one where youth dominates and kind of rules the world a little bit.
2.25 Interview with a children's book expert. Part 3.
Do you prefer paper books or ebooks, and why?
So I now prefer to read books on an e-reader, on my Kindle. I have tons of books in my house, and I haven't bought a book in 3 years. I only read on my Kindle and love it because to me, it's more intimate than a book. I've chosen the type of print, and so it's just me and the word. And the fact that I can carry 100 books with me at all times is a thrill.
Do you think e-readers are helpful for kids or teens who want to get into reading?
I think it would be wonderful for every child to have an e-reader. We're a technological society, and we're used to pushing buttons and getting things instantly. And I think it might be really helpful for children to have their own e-readers and start their own collection of books that way. And you can see every book you've read, and you can go back to it in 2 seconds, so why not?
Do you think social media has decreased or increased people's literacy?
So I think social media has had a positive effect on children. I think they're exposed to many, many more things. They can go online and get information on just about anything. I'm not afraid of the changes that any kind of social media brings to kids. They have to read, they have to write. Maybe they'll read a few less books, but maybe they'll write some amazing things about their adventures online. I think it's great.
Do you think despite all the technology, books will survive?
Yes, I think there's a great future for books. I think they'll be around for a long time. I think we all like to have our moments with a book, so sure.
Do you still read for pleasure? And if so, how much?
I read daily. I read on the subway. I read before I go to sleep. I read to relax. I'm usually reading 3 or 4 books at a time. Whatever pleases me, I go to. I'm always reading.
2.26 Interview with a children's book expert. Looking at language. 1.
What was it that you liked about Dr. Seuss?
What I love about Dr. Seuss is his use of language.
2.
The words, the made-up words, the way the words flow together and sound.
Three.
You can read the side of a cereal box. I mean, that's all reading.
Four.
And I think if you look carefully at books that kids really like, it's the one where youth dominates and kind of rules the world a little bit.
Five.
Do you think social media has decreased or increased people's literacy?
So I think social media has had a positive effect on children.
2.27. On the street. Jill.
What was your favorite book when you were a child?
I think my favorite book when I was a child probably is Where the Wild Things Are.
Why did you like it so much?
I think I liked it because of the fantasy aspects, and it was just a creative book, and I think a lot of kids like it for that reason.
Did you see the movie?
No, I did not see the movie, unfortunately. I should.
Was there a character in a children's book that you identified with?
Well, I used to read a book series called Trixie Belden, and Trixie Belden was a sort of a teenage or young teen mystery person, and she was very curious and very liked to solve mysteries, and I always fashioned that, I would like to do that as well.
Sean.
What was your favorite book when you were a child?
Probably The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe.
Why did you like it so much?
I remember we had a teacher at school who read it aloud to us, and when I was probably 6 or 7, when I was too young to read it myself. And I remember getting the book and then sitting down by myself and reading it. And I think it was the first time I realised how much you could get out of a book, I think.
Was there a character in a children's book that you identified with?
I can't think of any specific characters. I think I was quite a scruffy child. I always had dirty knees and torn clothes and things like that. So whenever there was a boy who got into lots of trouble, I usually thought that's a little bit like me. But I can't think of one particular one.
Rachel.
What was your favorite book when you were a child?
I think Coraline by Neil Gaiman was my favorite.
Why did you like it so much?
I liked the writing style. A lot of books just sort of have a wall of text that's hard to absorb, but I thought it was easier to read.
Was there a character in a children's book that you identified with?
I identified with Coraline because I tend to be curious about stuff, and also because in a lot of the sorts of books that I like, unfortunately, the protagonists are usually male.
2.28. Colloquial English phrases. 1.
Trixie Belden was a sort of a teenage or young teen mystery person.
2.
I remember we had a teacher at school who read it aloud to us.
3.
I realised how much you could get out of a book, I think.
4.
So whenever there was a boy who got into lots of trouble.
5.
I identified with Coraline because I tend to be curious about stuff.
2.29.
The decorators will have finished painting by Tuesday, so we can move back into the apartment then.
The soccer team says that they'll have built the new stadium in 6 months.
Laura won't have arrived before dinner, so I'll leave some food on the stove for her.
When will they have learned enough English to be able to communicate fluently?
2.30.
Don't call between 7 and 8 because we'll be having dinner then.
Good luck on your test tomorrow. I'll be thinking of you.
This time tomorrow, I'll be sitting on the beach watching the sunset.
Come at 7 because we won't be starting dinner until 8.
Will you be waiting for me when I get off the train?
I'll be going to the supermarket later. Do you want anything?
2.31. What's the weather like? A. 1,
It's cool.
2,
It's chilly.
3,
It's freezing.
4,
It's below zero.
5,
It's mild.
6,
It's warm.
7,
It's boiling.
8,
It's humid.
9,
It's damp.
10,
It's drizzling.
11,
There are showers.
12,
It's pouring.
13,
There's a breeze.
B.
When the weather's foggy or misty, or there is smog, it's difficult to see.
Mist isn't usually very thick and often occurs in the mountains or near the ocean.
Fog is thicker and can be found in towns and in the country.
Smog is caused by pollution and usually occurs in big cities.
2.32. Extreme weather. 1,
Heat wave.
2,
Drought.
3,
Hail.
4,
Lightning.
5,
Thunder.
6,
Blizzard.
7,
Flood.
8,
Hurricane.
9,
Monsoon.
2.33. Adjectives to describe weather.
In the western part of New York, it will be very cold, with strong winds and heavy rain. There will also be thick fog in the hills and valleys, though it should clear by midday. Driving will be dangerous because the roads will be icy. However, the Hudson Valley and the tri-state area will have clear skies, and it will be bright and sunny, though the temperature will still be low. Over the next few days, the weather will be changeable, with some showers but occasional sunny periods. It should become more settled over the weekend.
2.34. 1,
Blow. Snow. Showers. Below.
2,
Weather. Sweat. Heavy. Heat.
3,
Drizzle. Blizzard. Chilly. Mild.
4,
Hard. Warm. Dark. Garden.
5,
Flood. Moon. Soon. Loose.
6,
Fought. Ought. Drought. Brought.
7,
Thunder. Sunny. Summer. Humid.
8,
Scorching. World. Tornado. Storm.
2.35. 1,
It'll be below 0 tomorrow with some snow showers.
2.
He was sweating heavily because of the heat.
3.
It's windy, chilly, and starting to drizzle.
4.
The river is going to flood soon.
5.
Summer days are usually sunny and humid.
2.36. 1.
It was just at the end of the summer in 2013, yeah, and I was a college student at the University of Colorado in Boulder. It had been really dry that summer, hardly any rain at all, and it was incredibly hot. Then toward the end of September, the rain came, and it rained almost an entire week. At first, everyone was so relieved because the rain brought cooler temperatures and made the grass green, but then it just kept raining and raining. Streams and creeks started flooding and roared out of the mountains, and it was really scary. The stream that goes through my college campus flooded several dorm buildings, and kids had to find safe places to stay. Some rooms had 3 to 4 feet of water in them. I was okay because I lived on a high floor in my dorm. Even though there was a lot of damage to the campus and to a lot of the town surrounding Boulder, there was a bright side. Kids on the athletic team served lunch to flood victims in the community. Other students donated their clothes, shoes, and books to kids who had lost their belongings in flooded dorm rooms. So, even though the flooding was extremely severe, it really made me realize that we have a supportive college community here.
2.
This was in the summer of 2003, and there was a pretty intense heat wave in New York City. I remember it really well because I just started working as an office assistant in a civil engineering firm, and I'd only been at my new job for a few weeks. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, on August 14th, the electricity went out all across New York City. The massive blackout, caused in part by everyone using their air conditioners, affected 7 states in the eastern U.S. along with parts of Canada. My boss told me to go home, so I did. First, I had to walk down 17 flights of stairs because the elevators didn't work. Then I had to walk nearly 4 miles from Manhattan to Brooklyn in the heat because the subways didn't work. Thank goodness I could walk over the Brooklyn Bridge to get back to Brooklyn. When I finally got home around 8 in the evening, I was absolutely surprised and happy to see all my apartment building neighbors outside cooking on grills and getting to know one another. It was too hot to stay inside, so I enjoyed the evening sitting outside on the sidewalk with my neighbors. It's been over 10 years since that blackout, and I have very fond memories of that day. But I don't really want to go through that experience again anytime soon.
3.
On October 29, 2011, I was visiting friends in upstate New York when it started snowing. It's pretty unusual for snow to fall in New York during late October, but I was safe with my friends, so I didn't mind. The next day, it was time for me to drive home. It had only snowed about 3 inches in Albany, and the roads there were completely clear, so I thought my 2-hour trip home would be uneventful. However, as I started driving south, I noticed the snow was getting deeper. Trees were bent over and many had fallen. Driving was rather stressful because the roads were slippery and dangerous. When I finally got home, almost 5 hours later, there was nearly 2 feet of snow on the ground, and I couldn't drive up my driveway, which only added to my stress. I parked on the street and trudged up to my house, only to discover there was no electricity. I ended up booking a room in a local hotel for a week until work crews reconnected the electrical wires. That storm caused billions of dollars of damage across the Northeast. Over 3 million people were without electricity, some for up to 3 weeks, and cities across the Northeast reported record snowfall totals. In addition, many communities had to cancel or postpone Halloween celebrations. It wasn't safe for the children to walk in the snow. Luckily for me, no trees had fallen on my house during the storm, but I was mad that it took me several days to shovel my driveway.
2.38. 1.
Yes, I think I am. Or anyway, more than I used to be. I think my attitude to risk has changed as I've gotten older. For example, I'm more open to risking a change in appearance because I think I'm less self-conscious now. I often change hairstyles and colour, but when I was younger, I had the same hairstyle for years and years. I also think I would take more risks travelling now because I'm more self-confident, so I'm pretty sure I could cope with any problems.
2.
Yes, I'm definitely a risk taker. I take risks to do things that I enjoy, like skiing or riding a bike in New York City, which is pretty dangerous. In fact, I think the element of risk probably makes them even more enjoyable. The only time I wouldn't take a risk would be if I couldn't see that I was going to get any pleasure from it. I wouldn't do something risky just for the sake of it.
3.
I'm the kind of person who likes to know exactly what I'm doing and when I'm doing it, so there's not much room for risk in my life. For me, risk means not being completely in control, and that can make me feel really nervous. For example, if I'm meeting a friend for dinner, I always make sure we have a table booked somewhere nice. I wouldn't risk just turning up and hoping that there was a table. And I never buy clothes online because I don't want to run the risk of them being the wrong size and having to send them back.
4.
I'm definitely not a risk taker. I might like to think that I am because it seems exciting, but I'm not. I live in a suburb of Boston, and I'd never walk home on my own in the evening when it's dark because that just seems like an unnecessary risk to take. And I'd never get into a taxi on my own at night. But on the other hand, I would love to do something like bungee jumping or paragliding, which other people would probably think is risky.
5.
I don't see myself as a risk taker. I've done a lot of mountain climbing, and everyone assumes because of this that I'm attracted to risk, but it isn't really true. In fact, when you're climbing high mountains, you're always trying to minimize the risk. The biggest risk I've ever taken in my life was a professional one. After 20 years in the same job, I left and set up my own company. And that's given me a lot more sleepless nights than climbing in the Andes or the Himalayas.
6.
I am happy to take risks. I love driving fast. In fact, I bought myself a sports car when I had some money, and I got quite a few speeding tickets, though probably not as many as I deserved. I also take risks with money, like lending to people who probably won't pay me back, or spending all I have on something a little bit unnecessary. Last year, I went on a balloon ride, and I was amazed that so many people said, "Ooh, I wouldn't do that." I loved it, and I'd happily do it again. It was fantastic.
2.39.
If you want to be in shape, you need to exercise every day.
If people are wearing headphones while walking, they often don't notice other people.
If you haven't been to New York, you haven't lived.
2.40.
If the photos are good, I'll send them to you.
If you're not going to Jason's party, I'm not going to go either.
If I haven't come back by 9 o'clock, start dinner without me.
I'll have it finished in an hour if you don't disturb me.
2.41.
I'll be ready as soon as I've had a cup of coffee.
Text me when your train's coming into the station.
I'm not going to buy the new model until the price has gone down a little.
I'm not going to work overtime this weekend unless I get paid for it.
Take your umbrella in case it's raining when you leave work.
2.42. Dialogue 1. 1.
I'll tell you as soon as I know my plans.
2.
If 6 of us go, it won't be too expensive.
3.
We'll have to book soon if we want to get something nice.
Dialogue 2. 4.
I'll be waiting by the ticket office when you get there.
5.
What will you do if I'm late?
6.
Well, give me my ticket in case I get there at the last minute.
2.43.
If we rent a house in the mountains, will you come skiing with us?
I'll tell you as soon as I know my plans. How much do you think it'll cost?
If 6 of us go, it won't be too expensive.
Well, I'll have to check my dates first.
Okay, but we'll have to book soon if we want to get something nice.
How will I find you at the theater?
I'll be waiting by the ticket office when you get there.
What will you do if I'm late? I don't finish work until 7 o'clock.
I'll wait for you until 7:20, and then I'll go to my seat.
Well, give me my ticket in case I get there at the last minute.
2.44.
For most of us, the riskiest thing we ever do is to get into a car and drive. And because this is something that we do almost every day of our lives, we need to take the risks involved in driving very seriously. Sandra, you're an expert on road safety. How dangerous is driving compared to other ways of getting around?
Driving gets a lot of bad publicity. Statistics show that mile for mile, it's riskier to be a pedestrian or a jogger than to drive a car or ride a motorcycle.
But car accidents do happen. What's the main reason?
Many fatal accidents occur because someone has broken the law. The most frequent cause of fatal accidents in the U.S. is distracted driving. When a driver focuses his attention on a cell phone or to eat something, and the second most frequent is driving too fast. And the third major cause of fatal accidents is drunk driving.
Tell us about some of the other factors that can increase our chances of having an accident.
Well, the time of day we're on the road is a very significant factor.
Oh.
Generally speaking, driving at night, for example, is 4 times as dangerous as during the day. This is mainly because visibility is so much worse when it's dark. By day, a driver's visibility is roughly 500 yards. But at night, driving with headlights, it can be as little as 120 yards.
Are there any times of day or night that are particularly risky?
Research shows that you're most likely to have an accident between 5 and 7 p.m. during the week. That's to say, during the evening rush hour. And especially in the winter when it's dark. And the day of the week when you're most likely to have an accident is Saturday. In the U.S., more accidents happen on a Saturday than at any other day.
Why do you think that is?
It's probably because the weekend is when the highest number of people are driving. Therefore, the more people driving on the roads increases the chances of having an accident.
Which brings us to where accidents happen.
Just over 50% of accidents happen within 5 miles of where we live. Statistically, the most common kind of accident is crashing into a parked car near our home. Research shows that drivers concentrate less well when they're driving on familiar roads. Fortunately, most of these accidents are not fatal.
So, what about fatal accidents? Where do these tend to happen?
As far as fatal accidents are concerned, the riskiest kind of road to drive on is a rural road. More fatal car crashes in the U.S. happen on country roads than on city streets. In fact, 4,000 more car accidents happen on a country road than on an urban road.
And why is that?
Drivers often think that it's okay to break the speed limit on these roads because there's less traffic. And consequently, they take more risks.
And the safest kind of road to drive on?
A freeway is by far the safest kind of road.
People, usually men, say that women have more accidents than men. Is that true?
Well, it is true that mile for mile, women have more minor accidents than men. But A man is twice as likely to be killed in a car accident as a woman.
So, men really are more dangerous drivers then?
Women, by nature, are usually much more careful and cautious drivers than men. In general, men take far more unnecessary risks when they're driving than women.
The age of a driver must be an important factor too.
Yes. In fact, it's probably the most important factor. A driver aged between 17 and 24 has double the risk of having an accident than an older driver. The reasons for this are obvious. This is the age when drivers have very limited experience with driving, but it's also when they're most likely to drive too fast and take unnecessary risks, particularly if there are other young people in the car.
Which is why a lot of people would like to see the age limit for having a driver's license raised to 21.
I think it would be a very good idea.
Well, that's all we have time for. Thank you very much for coming into the studio today, Sandra. And to all you drivers out there who are listening, drive safely.
2.45. A short movie on the weatherman.
New York is known for sometimes having extreme weather. So where do New Yorkers go for the most up-to-date weather forecasts? They watch their favorite TV weatherman, Mr. G.
Hi, I'm Mr. G. I'm the meteorologist at Channel 11 here in New York, WPIX-TV, and also CBS Radio in New York. So I'm in charge of telling a story, building a drama of cold temperatures, wind chill factors, snow on the ground for 35 days. For the 19th time this season, flakes are in the air. It's been snow to sleet, it's been sleet to snow, it's been snow to sleet to rain. It's been raining on Long Island, sleeting in the city, snowing in the suburbs. I want to build up this story to announce what people don't want to hear, another possible snowstorm.
The polar vortex is back. More on this later on.
Does a cold winter mean a warm summer? No, it's folklore.
So how do New Yorkers handle all this bad weather news?
Certain kind of weather affects people. I mean, it's been a winter where snow's been on the ground a long time. That affects people. I think people have been indoors a lot. But New Yorkers are a tough group. I think people want to connect. And so weather's a great way to connect. Whether you're single and you want to meet somebody, talk about the weather. Whether you want to complain, talk about the weather.
And even though the weather may not be getting any better, the technology we use to predict it is.
When I first started the business, it was 72-hour forecast. As the science progressed, now everybody sees a 7-day forecast. Well, what you're going to see in 2 years is a 10-day forecast. And when my daughter grows up, it will be a 30-day forecast.
So what makes for a great TV weatherman?
Connecting is a big part of the job. The people know the weather. They get it on the computer. They get it on the app. 32% of the audience between 10 and 11 o'clock in New York City watches the news, which means to me that they still want to get it from somebody they trust. So they watch Mr. G for a reason. I still haven't found out that reason, but I know I work hard to tell a good story every night.
.2 Adjectives. 1. J.
I'm very offended.
2. F.
I feel a little homesick.
3. E.
I'm a little disappointed.
4. G.
I'm very lonely.
5. I.
I'm incredibly proud.
6. H.
I'm really nervous.
7. C.
I'm very grateful.
8. A.
I'm shocked.
9. D.
I'm so relieved.
10. B.
I feel a little guilty.
3.3 Strong adjectives. 1,
Stunned.
2,
Devastated.
3,
Delighted.
4,
Thrilled.
5,
Astonished.
6,
Desperate.
7,
Overwhelmed.
8,
Bewildered.
9,
Horrified.
3.4 Informal or slang words and expressions. 1, B.
I was scared stiff when I heard the bedroom door opening.
2, A.
You look a little down. What's the problem?
3, D.
I'm absolutely worn out. I want to relax and put my feet up.
4, F.
When I saw her, I couldn't believe my eyes. She looked 10 years younger.
5, E.
I'm sick and tired of hearing you complain about your job.
6, C.
He finally passed his driver's test. He's jumping for joy.
3.5 1,
Hi, Sue. What's the matter?
I was just robbed. Please come quickly. I'm desperate.
2,
You weren't offended by what I said, were you?
Yes, actually I was.
3,
What did you think of the movie?
To be honest, I was a little disappointed.
4,
What don't you understand in the report?
I'm just completely bewildered by so many facts and figures.
5,
Were you surprised to hear that the boss is leaving?
I was astonished. I really wasn't expecting it.
6,
So, can you come to dinner next week?
Yes, we'd be delighted to.
7,
How did your parents react when you told them you and Susan had separated?
They were devastated.
8,
How did you feel when you heard the news?
I was absolutely horrified. It was such an awful accident.
9,
So do you like the watch?
I love it. I'm completely overwhelmed. I don't know what to say.
3.6
Yossi and Kevin soon realized that going by river was a big mistake. The river got faster and faster, and soon they were in rapids. The raft was swept down the river at an incredible speed until it hit a rock. Both men were thrown into the water. Kevin was a strong swimmer, and he managed to swim to land, but Yossi was swept away by the rapids. But Yossi didn't drown. He was carried several miles downriver by the rapids, but he eventually managed to swim to the riverbank. He was totally exhausted. By an incredible piece of luck, he found their backpack floating in the river. The backpack contained a little food, insect repellent, a lighter, and most important of all, the map. But the two friends were now separated by a canyon and 3 or 4 miles of jungle.
.7
Kevin was feeling desperate. He didn't know if Yossi was alive or dead, but he started walking downriver to look for him. He felt responsible for what had happened to his friend because he had persuaded him to go with him on the river.
Yossi! Yossi!
Yossi, however, was feeling very optimistic. He was sure that Kevin would look for him, so he started walking upriver calling his friend's name.
Kevin! Kevin!
But nobody answered. At night, Yossi tried to sleep, but he felt terrified. The jungle was full of noises. Suddenly, he woke up because he heard a branch breaking. He turned on his flashlight. There was a jaguar staring at him. Yossi was trembling with fear. But then he remembered something he had once seen in a movie. He used the cigarette lighter to set fire to the insect repellent spray, and he managed to scare the jaguar away. After 5 days alone, Yossi was exhausted and starving. Suddenly, as he was walking, he saw a footprint on the trail. It was a hiking boot. It had to be Kevin's footprint.
Kevin!
He followed the trail until he discovered another footprint, and then another. But suddenly he realized that the footprints weren't Kevin's footprints. They were his own. He had been walking around in a circle. At that moment, Yossi realized that he would never find Kevin. In fact, he felt sure that Kevin must be dead. He felt totally depressed and at the point of giving up. But Kevin wasn't dead. He was still looking for Yossi. But after nearly a week, he was also weak and exhausted from lack of food and lack of sleep. He decided that it was time to forget Yossi and try to save himself. He had just enough strength left to hold onto a log and let himself float down the river. Kevin was incredibly lucky. He was rescued by 2 Bolivian hunters who were traveling downriver in a canoe. The men only hunted in that part of the rainforest once a year, so if they had passed by a short time earlier or later, they wouldn't have seen Kevin. They took him back to the town of San Jose, where he spent 2 days recovering.
3.10
As soon as Kevin felt well enough, he went to a Bolivian army base and asked them to look for Yossi.
Mi amigo se pierde en la selva. ¿Debes buscarlo?
The army officer he spoke to was sure that Yossi must be dead. But in the end, Kevin persuaded them to take him up in a plane and fly over the part of the rainforest where Yossi might be. But the plane had to fly too high over the rainforest, and the forest was too dense. They couldn't see anything at all. It was a hopeless search. Kevin felt terribly guilty. He was convinced that it was all his fault that Yossi was going to die in the jungle. Kevin's last hope was to pay a local man with a boat to take him up the river to look for his friend.
.11
By now, Yossi had been on his own in the jungle for nearly 3 weeks. He hadn't eaten for days. He was starving, exhausted, and slowly losing his mind. It was evening. He lay down by the side of the river, ready for another night alone in the jungle. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a bee buzzing in his ear. He thought a bee had gotten inside his mosquito net. But when he opened his eyes, he saw that the buzzing noise wasn't a bee. It was a boat. Yossi was too weak to shout, "Help!" But Kevin had already seen him.
Yossi! Yossi! Yossi!
It was a 1 in a million chance that Kevin would find his friend. But he did. Yossi was saved. When Yossi had recovered, he and Kevin flew to the city of La Paz and they went directly to the hotel where they had agreed to meet Marcus and Carl. But Marcus and Carl were not at the hotel. The two men had never arrived back in the town of Apollo. The Bolivian army organized a search of the rainforest, but Marcus and Carl were never seen again.
(3.12) 1.
If there was a fire in this hotel, it would be very difficult to escape.
I wouldn't have a car if I didn't live in the suburbs.
2.
If you weren't making so much noise, I could concentrate better.
3.
If I were you, I'd make Jimmy wear a helmet when he's riding a bike.
3.13 1.
If you had come to class more often, you would have done better on the exams.
I wouldn't have been late if I hadn't overslept.
2.
He would have died if he hadn't been wearing a helmet.
If the jacket had been a little cheaper, I might have bought it.
3.14 1.
If you came to class more often, you would probably pass the exam.
2.
If you had come to class more often, you would probably have passed the exam.
3.15
I wish bike riders wouldn't ride on the sidewalk.
I wish you'd spend a little more time with the children.
I wish the bus would come. I'm freezing.
I wish you wouldn't leave your shoes there. I almost fell over them.
3.16 1.
It really infuriates me when people drive close behind me.
2.
I get very frustrated when something goes wrong with my internet connection and I don't know how to fix it.
3.
It's so embarrassing when I can't remember someone's name, but they can remember mine.
4.
I used to love shopping during a big sale, but now I find it exhausting. After an hour, I just want to go home.
5.
I'm often disappointed with my birthday presents. My expectations are obviously too high.
6.
It amazes me that some people still don't buy things like books and music online.
7.
I find speaking in public absolutely terrifying. I hate doing it.
8.
I have often been inspired by reading about how some successful people have overcome difficulties.
9.
I never find instructions for electronic devices helpful. In fact, usually they just confuse me.
10.
When I travel, I'm always thrilled if I manage to communicate something in a foreign language.
3.17
The top 5 regrets were, in reverse order, number 5, having started smoking, number 4, not having saved enough money, number 3, not having exercised more or eaten more healthily, number 2, not keeping in touch with friends, and the number 1 regret was not having traveled more and seen more of the world.
3.18 1.
I wish I was 10 years younger.
I wish I could understand what they're saying.
2.
I wish I hadn't bought those shoes.
I wish you'd told me the truth.
3.19. 1.
I wish I hadn't eaten 2 pieces of cake.
2.
I wish I'd gone to college.
3.
I wish it wasn't my turn to cook tonight.
4.
I wish I knew where we were.
5.
I wish we didn't have to go to your parents for dinner.
6.
I wish I'd bought those shoes I saw on sale.
3.20. 1.
I wish I hadn't eaten 2 pieces of cake.
Well, it's not my fault. You have no self-control.
2.
I wish I'd gone to college.
Well, it isn't too late. You're only 22.
3.
I wish it wasn't my turn to cook tonight.
Sorry, but it is, and I'm getting hungry.
4.
I wish I knew where we were.
Well, don't ask me. I've never been here before.
5.
I wish we didn't have to go to your parents for dinner.
Do you want me to call and make an excuse?
6.
I wish I'd bought those shoes I saw on sale.
Why don't you go back to the store and see if they still have them?
3.21. 1.
The only thing I really regret is not having had the courage to talk to a girl I met at a party last summer. I really liked her. She was very attractive. But I just wasn't brave enough to start a conversation. I wish I'd tried. I'm absolutely positive we would have gotten along well. Now it's too late. She's engaged to another guy.
2.
At the risk of sounding really negative, the one thing I really regret in my life is getting married. My sister said to me in the car on the way to the registry office, "Someone has to say to you that you really don't have to do this, you know." And, I ignored her because I thought, what do you know? You're still single. But, in fact, the next day when I woke up, I realized it was a terrible mistake, and I spent the next 15 years trying to get out of it. So, and I would never do it again, so that's probably my biggest regret.
3.
I really wish I'd been able to know my grandmother better. She died when I was 12. And since then, I discovered that she must have been a really fascinating person. And there are so many things I would love to have been able to talk to her about. She was Polish, but she was in Russia, in St. Petersburg, during the Russian Revolution, and she knew all kinds of interesting people at the time. Painters, writers, people like that. I was only a child, so I never asked her much about her own life. Now, I'm discovering all about her through reading her old letters and papers. But I wish she'd lived longer so that I could have talked to her about those times face to face.
4.
When I was 15, I had a weekend job, in a supermarket, stocking shelves and that kind of thing. My friend also worked there, and he persuaded me one day to help him steal a carton of cigarettes. 200 cigarettes from the stockroom. It was a crazy idea and totally out of character for me to do something like that. I'd always been very honest until then. Anyway, the store manager found where we'd hidden the cigarettes, and he called the police. So when we came to work that evening, the police were waiting for us. Although we got off with just a warning, we were only kids, the police came to my house and talked to my mom. I felt so awful. But in the long run, it was probably a good thing, because it meant that I never, ever thought about stealing something again.
5.
When I was 16, I got the chance to change schools and go to a better school to do my last 2 years. My parents were really eager for me to change schools because they thought I'd probably get better scores on the college aptitude test and have a better chance of going to college. But I was totally against the idea because I didn't want to leave all my friends behind, and I didn't know anyone at the other school. So in the end, I managed to convince them and I stayed at my old school. I did okay on the test, but not super well. Now I regret not listening to my parents because I think it would have been better for my future career. But at the time, I just couldn't see it.
3.23 Interview with a Film Director, Part 1.
What were you hoping to do by making the film Trashed?
Well, I think the role of the film for me was to raise awareness on the topic and get it into the press so that people could start having a meaningful conversation about waste, which is not a particularly attractive subject, let's say.
How many countries did you film in?
We ended up actually filming in 11 countries, but the stories that I've chosen are universal, and obviously I spoke to people in communities in more countries than we actually filmed in, but the stories are certainly not isolated. They're repeated around the world, sadly, wherever you kind of want to pick, actually.
How did you persuade Jeremy Irons to get involved in the film?
I had worked with Jeremy some years ago on a different film, and I was generally aware that he doesn't like waste either. He will, wear his jumpers until they're worn out. He'll keep his cars until they're falling apart. He'll repair everything. So he's always seen, the value in reusing things. It's just something natural to him as well. So he just felt like a natural first approach, and so I sent him the treatment, and amazingly, he loved it.
It's of wood. But in the 50 years since then, things have changed. The treasure I used to find in the sand has been replaced by trash.
How did you get Vangelis to write the soundtrack?
Well, Jeremy and Vangelis have been friends for years, so Jeremy sent him the rough cut of the film, and Vangelis absolutely loved it. He is also a committed environmentalist, so he's always been aware. He was aware because he'd worked with Cousteau, sort of various people, he was aware of issues for the seas and so on. But generally, again, he was very shocked by the film and really wanted to get involved, so.
What research did you do before you started making the film?
I spent about a year talking to communities, talking to experts, obviously reading an awful lot, and just ingesting it all because obviously, again, it's such an enormous topic to take on.
3.24 Interview with a Film Director, Part 2.
Rubbish isn't very attractive visually. Was that a problem for you as a filmmaker?
Yes and no. Strangely enough, obviously I had a wonderful DOP, director of photography, so he can pretty much make anything look beautiful, I think. But I wanted to choose, as I've said earlier, I did a lot of research, and so sadly these things were repeatable and in every country around the world. So I wanted to choose beautiful places wherever possible that have been ruined, unfortunately, by man-made rubbish. So the ancient port of Saida in Lebanon, the fact that, you've got this huge mountain of waste, which was formerly a flat, sandy beach.
What was a sandy beach has been replaced by a trash mountain. Well over 40 meters in height.
Documentaries about how we're destroying the planet can be very depressing. Was that also a challenge for you?
A huge challenge, yes. I would have preferred to make it much more cheerful. documentary than I think Trash is. I think it has got hope. I think because we were very much aware that we wanted to offer solutions at the end of it. But you are, the subject is not a cheerful subject. I could have gone further, I think, with it, but I didn't want to because actually, you know, you could sort of end up feeling like you just want to go and shoot yourself, which is not what I wanted. I wanted to feel that, you know, people feel that they can make a difference to this topic.
In the film, you focus on air pollution, land pollution, and water pollution. Which do you think is the most worrying?
If I had to pick one, which I would be reluctant to do, it would be water, without a doubt. I think that what has happened to all of the oceans and beaches actually as well in the world in the last 30 years is astonishing in the scale and the speed. You know, there are certain places in the world that, you know, you have to dig down on a beach over a foot before you will find sand that doesn't have plastic in it. Unfortunately, what's happened with the way that soft plastic degrades in water is that the pieces become so fragmented that they're the same size as the zooplankton, which obviously is in the food chain.
3.25 Interview with a film director, Part 3.
Who do you think is mostly to blame for the problems we have with waste?
I tried very hard, actually, not to blame one person or things in the film, actually, quite deliberately, because I think, in a way, it lets us off the hook. And it also, I think we all need to work on the problem together because it's too complicated to blame one person or one thing or one act or... you know, I think it's multifaceted, unfortunately.
As well as using
Your film finishes on an optimistic note, with the example of San Francisco's zero waste policy. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Well, I actually, in the film, ended up using San Francisco as the example because I wanted to show that zero waste could be achieved on a big scale.
Tell me about...
When you go and stay in San Francisco in your hotel room, you'll have 4 different bins and you'll have signs on the wall of what goes into each bin. So it's very, very easy to recycle, and I think that's a huge part of what we should be doing.
Has the film changed your own habits regarding waste?
I don't think the film has particularly changed my own habits dramatically because I've always been thrifty by nature because I was lucky enough to spend a lot of time with my grandparents when I was growing up. And the post-war sort of philosophy of never wasting anything, it just, you know, it was instilled in me. I ride the same bicycle that I've had since I was 15 years old, and I've, over the years, obviously had it repaired and repaired. But I take tremendous pride in the fact that I've always ridden the same bike, and you know, I have lovely memories of it. So, and with it, so I think we need a sort of slight change of mindset to make things cool. The longer you have them, in a way, than actually this perpetual thing of buying new things for the sake of it.
3.26 Interview with a film director. Looking at language. 1.
We ended up actually filming in 11 countries.
2.
But the stories that I've chosen are universal, and obviously I spoke to people in communities in more countries than we actually filmed in.
3.
And so I sent him the treatment, and amazingly he loved it.
4.
But generally, again, he was very shocked by the film and really wanted to get involved.
5.
Yes and no. Strangely enough, obviously I had a wonderful DOP, director of photography, so he can pretty much make anything look beautiful.
Six.
I did a lot of research, and so sadly these things were repeatable and in every country around the world.
Seven.
Unfortunately, what's happened with the way that soft plastic degrades in water is that the pieces become so fragmented.
3.27. On the street. Sally.
How much recycling do people in your country do?
I don't think we do enough. I think we could do a little bit more. I'm not wonderful myself, but we try and do a little bit of recycling.
How responsible are you personally?
Well, we'd probably do about 30% we recycle.
What do you think the government or individuals could do to make people recycle more?
Well, they could give you all these boxes and bins and things at home to help you recycle. The Germans seem to do it quite well.
Joe.
How much recycling do people in your country do?
I think people are quite good at recycling. I think now that the waste companies come and collect recycling from the houses, people haven't really got an excuse not to recycle anymore.
How responsible are you personally?
I recycle as much as I can.
What do you think the government or individuals could do to make people recycle more?
Well, maybe they could offer a financial incentive for recycling, or maybe for producing less rubbish that can't be recycled.
Jill.
How much recycling do people in your country do?
I think that recycling is getting better in this country. I think we still have a long ways to go. I think it's still done largely in pockets and not necessarily nationwide as much as it could be.
How responsible are you personally?
Actually, in the town where I live, we have a very strong recycling program, and so I participate in filling it up with cans and bottles and newspapers and all kinds of stuff, and they come and get it every other week, so easy to do. Mm-hmm.
What do you think the government or individuals could do to make people recycle more?
Oh, well, incentives always work. Besides above and beyond monetary incentives, just incentives to, promote benefits to the environment.
Pranjal.
How much recycling do people in your country do?
I don't think people in the U.S. recycle enough. I think we should recycle more, and I'm even guilty of not recycling enough, but I don't think we recycle enough.
How responsible are you personally?
Personally, I'm not really that responsible in cycling. I'll be honest, I don't really recycle that often, but if I do get the opportunity to recycle, I will.
What do you think the government or individuals could do to make people recycle more?
Well, I think it's important for individuals to realize that even the smallest difference makes a big difference, and so if everyone can just get in that mindset that the smallest change they can make in their lives makes a big difference, I think that will, in fact, make a big difference.
3.28. Colloquial English phrases. 1.
Well, maybe they could offer a financial incentive for recycling.
2.
I think we still have a long ways to go.
3.
Besides above and beyond monetary incentives, just incentives to, promote benefits to the environment.
4.
Filling it up with cans and bottles and newspapers and all kinds of stuff.
5.
So if everyone can just get in that mindset that the smallest change they can make in their lives makes a big difference.
3.29. 1. Two. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8.
Stop, stop. Okay, we're going to take it again from bar 69. Okay.
Nine. Ten. Eleven. $3.30. 1.
A cello.
2.
Drums.
3.
A soprano.
4.
A bass guitar.
5.
An orchestra.
6.
A saxophone.
7.
A flute.
8.
Stop, stop. Okay, we're going to take it again from bar 69.
A conductor.
9.
A choir.
10.
A keyboard.
11.
A violin.
3.31. From Italian.
Cello.
Concerto.
Mezzo-soprano.
From Greek.
Orchestra.
Choir.
Chorus.
Microphone.
Rhythm.
Symphony.
From French.
Ballet.
Encore.
Genre.
3.32. From Italian.
Barista. Cappuccino. Graffiti. Macchiato. Paparazzi. Villa.
From Greek.
Architecture. Hypochondriac. Philosophy. Photograph. Psychic. Psychologist.
From French.
Bouquet. Chauffeur. Chef. Chic. Croissant. Fiancé.
3.33. 1. Two. Three. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8.
If you thought bad to me then, you might hate me now. Only difference is I care this time around. My heart beats fast when I think of the past. Remember 2 top parts in the back of your car, but nah, lately I'm living, not just surviving. I get pulled back into any bit of lying. Speak for yourself, when you said we're all dying. I take my last breath, my spirit rides a horizon. Set a mortal spear, and I was born with fear. I'm an immortal.
9. 3.34.
I think it's very interesting that human beings are the only animals which listen to music for pleasure. A lot of research has been done to find out why we listen to music, and there seem to be 3 main reasons. Firstly, we listen to music to make us remember important moments in the past. For example, when we met someone for the first time. Think of Humphrey Bogart in the film Casablanca saying, "Darling, they're playing our song." When we hear a certain piece of music, we remember hearing it for the first time in some very special circumstances. Obviously, this music varies from person to person. Secondly, we listen to music to help us change activities. If we want to go from one activity to another, we often use music to help us make the change. For example, we might play a certain kind of music to prepare us to go out in the evening. Or we might play another kind of music to relax us when we get home from work. That's mainly why people listen to music in cars, and they often listen to one kind of music when they're going to work and another kind when they're coming home. The same is true of people on buses and trains with their iPods. The third reason why we listen to music is to intensify the emotion that we're feeling. For example, if we're feeling sad, sometimes we want to get even sadder, so we play sad music. Or we're feeling angry, and we want to intensify the anger, then we play angry music. Or, when we're planning a romantic dinner, we lay the table, we light candles, and then we think, what music would make this even more romantic?
3.35.
Let's take 3 important human emotions: happiness, sadness, and anger. When people are happy, they speak faster and their voice is higher. When they are sad, they speak more slowly and their voice is lower. And when people are angry, they raise their voices or shout. Babies can tell whether their mother is happy or not simply by the sound of her voice, not by her words. What music does is it copies this, and it produces the same emotions. So, faster, higher-pitched music will sound happy. Slow music, with lots of falling pitches, will sound sad. Loud music, with irregular rhythms, will sound angry. It doesn't matter how good or bad the music is. If it has these characteristics, it will make you experience this emotion. Let me give you some examples. For happy, for example, the first movement of Beethoven's 7th Symphony. For angry, say Mars from The Planets by Holst. And for sad, something like Albinone's Adagio for strings. Of course, the people who exploit this most are the people who write film soundtracks. They can take a scene which visually has no emotion, and they can make the scene either scary, or calm, or happy, just by the music they write to go with it. Think of the music in the shower scene in Hitchcock's film Psycho. All you can see is a woman having a shower, but the music makes it absolutely terrifying.
3.36. 1.
Firstly, we listen to music to make us remember important moments in the past.
2.
When we hear a certain piece of music, we remember hearing it for the first time.
3.
If we want to go from one activity to another, we often use music to help us make the change.
3.37. 1.
I enjoy listening to music.
I couldn't help laughing.
2.
I want to speak to you.
They can't afford to buy a new car.
3.
It might rain tonight.
I'd rather eat in than go out tonight.
3.38. 1.
It started to rain.
It started raining.
2.
Remember to lock the door.
I remember going to Lima as a child.
Sorry, I forgot to do it.
I'll never forget seeing the Taj Mahal.
I tried to open the window.
Try calling Yi on her cell phone.
You need to clean the car.
The car needs cleaning.
3.40. 1.
Why do you have problems sleeping?
Well, I'm from a pretty rural area, but I moved to the city a few years ago when I got married. I've been living in the city for 3 years now. I have a lot of problems getting to sleep at night because our bedroom just isn't dark enough. I can't get used to sleeping in a bedroom where there's light coming in from the streetlights outside. Where I grew up, I always used to sleep in complete darkness because my bedroom window had blinds, and when I went to bed, I used to close the blinds completely. But here in the city, our bedroom window just has curtains, and curtains don't block out the light very well. It takes me a long time to get to sleep at night, and I always wake up more often than I used to.
So why don't you just get heavier curtains?
Because my wife doesn't like sleeping in a completely dark room. She says that she feels claustrophobic if the room is too dark.
Yes, a lot of people do feel like that.
3.41. 2.
Why do you have problems sleeping?
Well, I'm a police officer, and so I have to work different shifts, which means I work at night every other week. So I start work at 10 o'clock at night and end at 6 in the morning the following day. The main problem is that my body's used to sleeping at night, not during the day. So it's hard to get used to being awake all night and trying to work and concentrate when your body is just telling you to go to bed.
But isn't it something you get used to?
Actually, no, because I work during the day for 1 week, and then the next week I work at night, which means that just when my body has gotten used to being awake at night, then I go back to working in the day. And then, of course, I can't get to sleep at night because my body thinks it's going to have to work all night. The other problem is that when I get home after working a night shift, everyone else is just starting to wake up, so that means that it can be really noisy. The neighbors turn the radio on and bang doors and shout to wake their children up. So even though I'm really tired, it's just very hard to get to sleep.
How many hours do you usually sleep?
Before I became a police officer, I used to sleep about 8 or 9 hours a night. But I think now I probably don't sleep more than 6 hours.
3.42. 3.
Why do you have problems sleeping?
I have a lot of problems sleeping because of jet lag. I have to travel a lot in my job, and I take a lot of long-haul flights. I fly to New York quite often, and I arrive maybe at 6 o'clock in the evening, my time, but when it's only 1 o'clock in the afternoon in New York. So at 5 o'clock in the afternoon local time, I'll be feeling tired and ready for bed because it's my bedtime. But I can't go to sleep because I'm probably still working or having dinner with my American colleagues. Then, when I do finally get to bed at, say, midnight local time, I find that I wake up in the middle of the night because my body thinks that it's morning because I'm still working on UK time.
And can you get back to sleep when you wake up?
No, that's the problem. I can't get back to sleep. And then, the next day when I have meetings, I feel really sleepy. It's very hard to stay awake all day. And just when I'm finally used to being on New York time, then it's time to fly home. And flying west to east is even worse.
Oh, why's that?
Because when I get off the plane, it's early morning in the UK. But for me, on New York time, it's the middle of the night. It takes me 4 or 5 days to recover from one of these trips.
Gosh, that must be really difficult for you.
3.43. 1.
I used to sleep for 8 hours every night, but now I only sleep for 6.
I didn't recognize him. He didn't used to have a beard.
2.
When I lived in Mexico as a child, we used to have pan dulce for breakfast. We would buy them every morning from the local baker.
3.44. 1.
I'm not used to sleeping with a comforter. I've always slept with blankets.
Carlos has lived in Hong Kong for years. He's used to driving on the left.
2.
I can't get used to working at night. I feel tired all the time.
Don't worry, you'll get used to it fast.
3.45. 1.
I'm used to working on a team.
2.
I can't get used to driving on the left.
3.
I used to get up at 6 o'clock every day.
3.46. 1.
I'm not used to sleeping on such a hard bed.
2.
I'll never get used to living alone.
3.
Did you used to sleep a lot when you were a teenager?
3.47.
And finally today, the story of a sleepwalker who gets up in the middle of the night and goes to the kitchen and starts, you guessed it, cooking. Robert Wood, who's 55 years old, used to be a chef until he retired last year. We have Robert and his wife Eleanor with us in the studio today. Robert, tell us what happens.
Well, I've been a sleepwalker for about 40 years now. I think it first started when I was about 14 or so. Anyway, these days I get up about 4 or 5 times a week, and I always end up in the kitchen, and I start cooking something.
Do you always cook?
No, not always. I've done other things too. I remember once I put the TV on at full volume, and once I filled the bath with water, although I didn't get in it. But I usually cook.
Eleanor, do you wake up when this happens?
Yes, I usually wake up because he's making a noise. I go downstairs and usually I find him in the kitchen. Once he was just laying the table, but other times he's been cooking.
What kind of things does he cook?
All sorts of things. I've caught him cooking omelettes and spaghetti bolognese,
Yes.
and even caught him frying chips once. That was a bit scary because he could easily have burnt himself or started a fire.
Do you ever eat the things that Robert cooks?
No. It always looks lovely, but I must admit I've never tried it. Not at 3 o'clock in the morning. And the trouble is, he always leaves the kitchen in a terrible mess. The last time he sleepwalked, he spilt milk all over the place.
So, Robert, you don't know that you're cooking?
No, I haven't. I really am asleep, and afterwards I just have no recollection of having cooked anything.
You're getting some help to see if you can cure your sleepwalking, aren't you?
Yes, I've been going to a sleep clinic in Edinburgh where they think they'll be able to help me.
Well, good luck with that. And thank you both for coming into the studio today. Now, we're going to take a break, but join us again in a few minutes.
$3.48.
We've been talking to Robert, the sleepwalking cook, and his wife Eleanor. And we're now joined by Professor Maurice from Rochester, New York, who is an expert in sleepwalking.
Hello.
Welcome. Hello.
Hello. Welcome, Professor Maurice. Does this story surprise you?
No, it doesn't. Not at all. I've treated people who have driven cars, ridden horses, and I had one man who even tried to fly a helicopter while he was asleep.
Oh, no.
Do people usually have their eyes open when they sleepwalk?
Yes, sleepwalkers do usually have their eyes open. That's why sometimes it's difficult to know if someone is sleepwalking or not.
How common is sleepwalking?
More common than you might think. Research shows that about 18% of the population has a tendency to sleepwalk. But it's much more common in children than in teenagers or adults. And, curiously, it's more common among boys than girls. Adults who sleepwalk are usually people who used to sleepwalk when they were children. They might do it after a stressful event, for example, after a traffic accident.
People always say that you should never wake a sleepwalker up when they're walking. Is that true?
No, it isn't. People used to think that it was dangerous to wake up a sleepwalker, but, in fact, this isn't the case. You can wake a sleepwalker up without any problem, although, if you do, it is pretty common for the sleepwalker to be confused, so they probably won't know where they are for a few minutes.
So, if we see someone sleepwalking, should we wake them up?
Yes, you should remember that another of the myths about sleepwalkers is that they can't injure themselves while they are sleepwalking. But this isn't true. If a sleepwalker is walking around the house, they might trip or fall over a chair or even fall downstairs. There was a case a while ago of a 9-year-old girl who opened her bedroom window while she was sleepwalking and fell 30 feet to the ground. Luckily, she wasn't seriously injured. So, you see, Eleanor, you're right to worry that Robert might burn himself when he's cooking. You need to wake him up and get him back to bed.
Okay.
How long does sleepwalking usually last?
It can be very brief, for example, a few minutes. The most typical cases are people getting up and getting dressed or people going to the bathroom. But it can occasionally last much longer, maybe half an hour or even more, as in Robert's case.
And what happens when sleepwalkers wake up? Do they remember the things they did while they were sleepwalking?
No, as Robert says, a sleepwalker usually doesn't remember anything afterward.
So, is a sleepwalker responsible for his or her actions?
That's a very good question, actually. A few years ago, a man from Canada got up in the middle of the night and drove 20 miles from his home to the house where his parents-in-law lived, and, for no apparent reason, he killed his mother-in-law.
Oh, goodness.
The man was charged with murder, but he was found not guilty because he had been asleep at the time he committed the crime.
What a sad story. Professor Maurice, thank you very much for joining us today.
$3.49. 1.
Most people start feeling sleepy around 11 at night.
2.
They often open their mouth and yawn.
3.
They go to bed and set their alarm clock.
4.
They get into bed and put their head on the pillow.
5.
They cover themselves up with a comforter or with sheets and blankets.
6.
Soon they fall asleep.
7.
Some people make a loud noise when they breathe. In other words, they snore.
8.
During the night, some people have bad dreams, called nightmares.
9.
If you don't hear your alarm clock, you might oversleep.
10.
If you drink coffee in the evening, it may keep you awake.
11.
Some people can't sleep because they suffer from insomnia.
12.
These people often have to take sleeping pills.
13.
Some people take a siesta or nap after lunch.
14.
A person who sleeps well sleeps like a log.
15.
Someone who is tired after flying to another time zone is jet-lagged.
16.
Someone who is sleeping very deeply is fast asleep.
3.50. A short movie on sleep research.
Did you get enough sleep last night? I didn't, nor the night before. These days, lots of people have trouble getting a good night's sleep. Insomnia, the inability to get to sleep, is now a major issue for many people. In Britain, over half of the adult population often struggle to fall asleep. And 10% of people regularly take sleeping pills. Even when people do get to sleep, they often sleep badly. Some people even struggle with sleeping disorders. These range from the common to the bizarre. Common sleep disorders include sleepwalking and somniloquy, also known as sleep talking. Stranger disorders include sleep paralysis, where people wake up unable to move, and exploding head syndrome, where people hear a loud noise like a bomb just before they sleep. In order to combat these sleep disorders, we need to understand more about sleep's effects. The problem is, sleep is still a mystery. I've come to the sleep unit at the Surrey Clinical Research Centre to meet the scientists who are trying to find out more. These scientists all study sleep. Instead of laboratories, they have bedrooms full of high-technology equipment. These machines measure a person's brain activity and body movement during sleep. Scientists use these measurements to analyse people's sleeping patterns. They hope to discover what sleep is for and what happens to us when we don't sleep enough. We already know that sleep deprivation affects the part of the brain that controls our behaviour, our personality, and our emotions. So when we don't get enough sleep, all of these things are affected. But why are we so sleep deprived? Researchers here say that we are sleeping enough hours, but that our sleep patterns are more irregular. The average adult sleeps for about 7¼ hours per night. This is almost exactly the same amount of sleep our ancestors used to get over 100 years ago. The difference is, they slept for just over 7 hours every night, but we don't. Our sleeping patterns have changed to fit modern life. Today, most people lead busy lives, and we often sleep less during the week. Sometimes we only sleep for 5 or 6 hours because we stay up late to work or spend time with friends. Then, at the weekend, people spend longer in bed and can sleep for 10 hours. Perhaps this irregularity in sleeping patterns is something our brains find difficult to get used to, and this in turn affects our health and general well-being. That's why sleep clinics like this one are trying to learn more, so we can all sleep a little easier.
4.2 Conversation 1.
Where's my milk? It's not here.
I haven't seen it. You must have finished it.
I definitely didn't finish it. I was keeping some for my cereal this morning. You must have used it.
Me? I never take anything from the refrigerator that isn't mine. You might have given it to the cat last night and then forgotten about it.
The cat drinks water, not milk, so I couldn't have given it to the cat. Last night there was half a carton of milk in the refrigerator. My milk.
Well, I don't know what happened to it.
What are you drinking?
Just coffee.
Yes, white coffee. That's where my milk went. Well, you can go to the supermarket and get me some more.
Okay, calm down. I'll go and get you some milk.
Conversation 2.
At the traffic circle, take the second exit.
Why are you taking the third exit? She said the second exit.
I'm sure it's this one. I remember when we came here last time.
According to that sign, this is Sunrise Highway.
Sunrise Highway? Oh no. We must have gone the wrong way.
Of course we've gone the wrong way. We should have taken the second exit at the traffic circle. What's the point of having a GPS if you don't do what it says?
Okay, I may have made a mistake. But if you knew the way to your cousin's house, then we wouldn't have to use the GPS.
Turn around as soon as possible.
4.3 1,
You must have finished it.
2,
You might have given it to the cat last night.
3,
I couldn't have given it to the cat.
4,
Oh no. We must have gone the wrong way.
5,
We should have taken the second exit at the traffic circle.
6,
Okay, I may have made a mistake.
4.4 1,
I must have left my phone at Anna's. I definitely remember having it there.
You must have seen something. You were there when the accident happened.
2,
Somebody might have stolen your wallet when you were getting off the train.
He still hasn't arrived. I may not have given him the right directions.
3,
She couldn't have gone to bed. It's only 10 o'clock.
You couldn't have seen their faces very clearly. It was too dark.
4.5
We're going the wrong way. We shouldn't have turned left at the traffic light.
It's my fault. I should have told you earlier that my mother was coming.
4.6 1,
You must have finished it.
2,
You might have given it to the cat last night.
3,
I couldn't have given it to the cat.
4,
Oh no. We must have gone the wrong way.
5,
We should have taken the second exit at the traffic circle.
6,
Okay, I may have made a mistake.
4.7
In life, we sometimes have disagreements with people. It could be with your partner, with your boss, with your parents, or with a friend. When this happens, the important thing is to try not to let a difference of opinion turn into a heated argument. But of course, it's easier said than done. The first thing I would say is that the way you begin the conversation is very important. Imagine you're a student and you share an apartment with another student who you think isn't helping out with the housework. If you say, "Look, you never help out with the housework. What are we going to do about it?" the discussion will turn into an argument. It's much more constructive to say something like, "I think we better take another look at how we divide up the housework. Maybe there's a better way of doing it." My second piece of advice is simple. If you're the person who's in the wrong, just admit it. This is the easiest and best way to avoid an argument. Just apologize to your roommate, your parents, or your husband, and move on. The other person will have much more respect for you if you do that. The next tip is don't exaggerate. Try not to say things like, "You always come home late when my mother comes to dinner," when maybe this has only happened once before, or "You never remember to buy the toothpaste." This will just make the other person get very defensive, because what you're saying about them just isn't true. If you follow these tips, you just might be able to avoid an argument. But if an argument does start, it's important to keep things under control, and there are ways to do this. The most important thing is not to raise your voice. Raising your voice will just make the other person lose their temper too. If you find yourself raising your voice, stop for a moment and take a deep breath. Say, "I'm sorry I shouted, but this is very important to me," and continue calmly. If you can talk calmly and quietly, you'll find the other person will be more ready to think about what you're saying. It's also very important to stick to the point. Try to stay on the topic you're talking about. Don't bring up old arguments or try to bring in other issues. Just concentrate on solving the one problem you're having and leave the other things for another time. So, for example, if you're arguing about the housework, don't start talking about cell phone bills too. And my final tip is that if necessary, call time out, like in a basketball game. If you think that an argument is getting out of control, then you can say to the other person, "Listen, I'd rather talk about this tomorrow when we've both calmed down." You can then continue talking about it the next day when maybe both of you are feeling less tense and angry. That way, there's a better chance that you'll be able to reach an agreement. You'll also probably find that the problem is much easier to solve when you've both had a good night's sleep. But I want to say one last thing that I think is very important. Some people think that arguing is always bad, but that isn't true. Conflict is a normal part of life, and dealing with conflict is an important part of any relationship, whether it's 3 people sharing an apartment, a married couple, or just 2 good friends. If you don't learn to argue constructively, then when a real problem comes along, you won't be prepared to face it together. Think of the smaller arguments as training sessions. Learn how to argue cleanly and fairly. It will help your relationship become stronger and last longer.
4.8. 1.
But of course, it's easier said than done.
2.
If you're the person who's in the wrong, just admit it.
3.
It's important to keep things under control.
4.
Raising your voice will just make the other person lose their temper too.
5.
Stop for a moment and take a deep breath.
6.
It's also very important to stick to the point.
7.
There's a better chance that you'll be able to reach an agreement.
8.
Dealing with conflict is an important part of any relationship.
4.9. Verbs often confused. 1.
I need to discuss the problem with my boss.
2.
I often argue with my parents about doing housework.
3.
I didn't realize you were so unhappy.
4.
I didn't notice that Karen had changed her hair color.
5.
Jack always tries to avoid arguing with me.
6.
My dad can't prevent me from seeing my friends.
7.
I've spoken to her husband twice, and he seems very nice.
8.
Carol doesn't look very well. I think she's working too hard.
9.
My parents don't mind if I stay out late.
10.
It doesn't matter if we are 5 minutes late.
11.
Can you remind me to call my mom later?
12.
Remember to turn off the lights before you go.
13.
I expect that Daniel will forget our anniversary. He always does.
14.
We'll have to wait half an hour for the next train.
15.
I wish I were a little taller.
16.
I hope that you can come on Friday. I haven't seen you for ages.
17.
The Dallas Cowboys won the game 28-10.
18.
The Dallas Cowboys beat the New York Jets 28-10.
19.
Tom always refuses to discuss the problem.
20.
Tom always denies that he has a problem.
21.
The cost of living is going to rise again this month.
22.
It's hard not to raise your voice when you're arguing with someone.
23.
Last night, I came home and lay on the sofa and went to sleep.
24.
I laid the baby on the bed and changed his diaper.
25.
The men had been planning to rob the bank.
26.
If you leave your bike unlocked, somebody might steal it.
27.
I think I should warn you that Liam doesn't always tell the truth.
28.
My teachers are going to advise me on what subjects to study next year.
4.11.
I love this photo, especially the way she's using her hands, and the expression in her eyes and her mouth. Here, she is in the role of a young single mother who heard a noise in the kitchen in the middle of the night. You can see the fear in her eyes, that she's worried about her child. I think she suggests all that beautifully.
4.12. 1.
You look tired.
That cake smells good.
These jeans don't feel comfortable.
2.
Tim looks like his father.
This material feels like silk, is it?
Are you sure this is coffee? It tastes like tea.
3.
She looks as if she's been crying.
It smells as if something's burning.
It sounds as if it's raining.
4.13. 1. Two. 3. 4. 5. 6. Seven. 8. 9. 10. 4.14. 1.
Here is the actress Cheryl Hines. If you think she looks furious, that's because she is. She's playing a wife who's opening the door to her husband at 1 o'clock in the morning. Her husband forgot that she was giving a dinner party, and he went off to play poker with his friends and turned his phone off. She looks as if she's going to tell him to leave and never come back.
2.
I love this one. This is Jason Schwartzman, and he's playing a 5-year-old boy. He's in the process of quietly putting his pet rat into his 7-year-old sister's clothes drawer. He looks pretty confident about what he's doing, and as if he's really looking forward to hearing her scream when she finds it.
3.
Here, Ellen Burstyn is playing a high school drama teacher. She is in the audience at the Oscar ceremony, and one of the winners is an ex-student of hers. Her ex-student actually mentions her name when she makes her winner's speech. You can see how proud she is, and how moved she is to have been mentioned.
4.
In this photo, I see pure horror and fear. This is the actor Dan Hedaya. He's playing the part of a long-distance truck driver who was tired and closed his eyes for a few moments. He opens them to see that he's, you guessed it, on the wrong side of the road, with cars racing toward him. Do you think he looks as if he's going to react in time? I think probably not.
5.
Here the actress Jane Lynch was given the role of a child. She's swallowing a spoonful of medicine that her mom promised would taste good. Of course it didn't, and now her mom is telling her that if it didn't taste awful, it wouldn't work. She looks as if she's about to spit it out. I can remember reacting just like that when I was a kid, and my mom saying those exact same words.
6.
When you look at this last one of Steve Guttenberg, I think you can immediately see from his expression that he's worried, and maybe nervous. He's playing the role of a married man who's begging his wife to give him one more chance. But I think he looks as if he's done something bad and is pretty desperate, so I'm not sure if his wife's going to forgive him.
4.15.
How difficult is it to express feelings when you can't use body language?
Radio acting is a different style of acting from visual acting because obviously you only have your voice to use. But you can use your voice and you can use timing to convey everything. When I started off as a radio actor, somebody said to me, you have to be able to raise one eyebrow with your voice, which I loved. Because you haven't got your body, you have to put it into your voice. And so therefore, the way that a radio actor works isn't totally naturalistic in the way that it would be on the television or on film. Or
What techniques do you use to help you to express emotions, feelings?
Well, there's a big difference between speaking with a smile and not speaking with a smile. There's a huge difference between being happy and being really sad and really angry.
Is it hard for actors who don't have experience in radio to do radio acting?
Well, people don't realise that it is a different technique, but you would get famous people coming in not realising that there was a technique to radio acting and thinking that you could do total naturalism. And it isn't totally naturalistic.
Oh.
It's as naturalistic as you can make it to lift it off the page, to make it sound as though you're not reading it.
4.16. 6.
Cheek.
8.
Chin.
2.
Eyebrow.
4.
Eyelash.
3.
Eyelid.
1.
Forehead.
7.
Lips.
9.
Neck.
5.
Wrinkles.
4.17. Parts of the body and organs. 3.
Ankle.
1.
Calf. Calves.
2.
Heel.
6.
Elbow.
5.
Fist.
8.
Nails.
4.
Palm.
7.
Wrist.
12.
Bottom.
9.
Chest.
13.
Hip.
11.
Thigh.
10.
Waist.
14.
Brain.
17.
Heart.
16.
Kidneys.
15.
Liver.
18.
Lungs.
4.18. Verbs and verb phrases. A. 1.
Bite your nails.
2.
Blow your nose.
3.
Brush your hair. Brush your teeth.
4.
Comb your hair.
5.
Fold your arms.
6.
Hold somebody's hand.
7.
Touch your toes.
8.
Suck your thumb.
9.
Shake hands.
10.
Shrug your shoulders.
11.
Shake your head.
12.
Raise your eyebrows.
4.19. Verbs and verb phrases. C. 1.
Eye.
2.
Teeth.
3.
Arms.
4.
Nails.
5.
Hand.
6.
Knee.
7.
Forehead.
8.
Eyes.
9.
Mouth. Arms.
10.
Finger.
4.20.
Fold your arms.
Blow your nose.
Raise your hand.
Scratch your head.
Bite your nails.
Wink.
Stare at the person next to you.
Point at the board.
Stretch your arms.
Shrug your shoulders.
Touch your toes.
Wave goodbye.
4.21.
Calf.
Wrist.
Palm.
Wrinkles.
Comb.
Kneel.
Thumb.
4.22.
Aisle.
Calm.
Climb.
Design.
Doubt.
Fasten.
Half.
Honest.
Knock.
Muscle.
Whistle.
Whole.
4.23. 1.
Touching or stroking their neck is a very typical sign that a person is nervous and is trying to calm themselves down. A woman may also play with a necklace, and a man may tighten his tie.
2.
When somebody's standing and they point one of their toes upward, this is a clear sign that the person is in a good mood, often because they are thinking about, or have just heard, something positive. If you see someone standing talking on the phone and they suddenly point one foot up, you can be sure that they have just been told some good news.
3.
Crossing their legs, whether they're sitting or standing, is a sign that a person feels relaxed and comfortable. If the person is sitting with their legs crossed and their feet toward another person, that shows that they are interested in this person. However, if someone they don't like appears, you may find that they quickly uncross their legs.
4.
This position, standing with your hands on your hips and your elbows pointing out, is a pose used to show dominance. If you watch police officers or soldiers, you'll notice that they often use this pose. Men tend to use it more than women, and it's something we teach women executives to do in meetings where there are a lot of men present, to show that they are confident and won't be bullied.
5.
We all know that thumbs up is a positive sign, meaning we feel good or approve of something. But what about when somebody puts their thumbs downward in their pockets? As you might guess, this usually means that their confidence is low and that they are feeling unsure of themselves. So try not to do this if you are in a situation where you need to look confident and in control.
6.
Putting their head to one side is a powerful sign that a person feels friendly and interested in someone or something. It's an automatic, genuine gesture, unlike a smile, which might be artificial, and so it's a good sign of real interest. It's also very difficult to do naturally around people you don't like.
7.
If you look at people in a stressful situation, for example, witnesses who are answering questions in courts, you'll often see that it looks as if their lips have disappeared inward. In fact, this is one of the most universal signs of stress, as if a person wanted to disappear completely.
4.24. Interview with an actor. Part 1.
How did you get into acting?
I was about 18. It was my first real job, and it was a very unusual job because I was working in the box office of the Old Vic Theatre. Then not only did I get to see an awful lot of plays, but I also met the actors, and I was able to sneak in to rehearsals in the theatre, quite illegally. And I became fascinated by the work of the theatre.
What in particular fascinated you?
But the thing that fascinated me, as I said, was when I was in rehearsals, it was the work of the theatre, the sort of work it was. So I stand at the back of the Old Vic Theatre when the actors were rehearsing. But mostly it consisted of people sitting rather glumly about saying, well, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to make this scene work. I don't understand my character. And the director would try to help them to understand the character or suggest a move here or a move there, or maybe they'd try walking in a different way or putting on a different hat. And bit by bit, it started to fall into place. And I thought, what a wonderful job. What a fantastically interesting job to wrestle with these kinds of problems, trying to understand the characters, trying to find out how best to express them and show them off. So I came to acting very much from that point of view.
The role that first made you famous as a young actor was playing Mozart in the original theatre production of Amadeus, which later went on to become a film. What was the most challenging thing about playing the part of Mozart?
What was a challenge was that Mozart was a person who'd actually lived and was indeed one of the greatest artistic geniuses of the whole of Western civilization. And I was a great lover and admirer of Mozart's music. So there was a tremendous challenge to bridge the character that Peter Schaffer had written. And Peter Schaffer knows all about Mozart as he could, so that Mozart was sort of a smutty, hysterical child, really, in a lot of the play. My job was to reconcile that with the fact that he wrote The Marriage of Figaro. And that was tremendously hard.
Was Mozart one of your most satisfying roles?
No, I wouldn't say that that was the most satisfying. It was the most exciting, because its fame, almost from the moment it was announced, was overwhelmingly greater than anything I had ever done, or to be honest, ever have done since. The fact that the play was very, very controversial when it opened proved to be very shocking for many people, only increased the excitement around it. And it was astonishing to look out into the auditorium every night and to see Paul Newman or Robert Redford or Ava Gardner or Margaret Thatcher sitting out there, because everybody had to see that play.
4.25 Interview with an Actor, Part 2.
Over your career, you have acted in the theatre and you have also acted in many films. Which do you prefer?
They're absolutely different media. They require different things from you as an actor. I love them both, but they're each of them completely different. And you bring completely different things to them. Obviously, the crucial difference with the theatre is that there's an audience there, and that's such an important aspect of it in every way. It's there important because you have to reach out to them, make sure that everybody can hear and see what you're doing. The beauty of the theatre is that every single performance is utterly different from every other one.
How do you motivate yourself to play the same character again night after night?
I think as you get older, you realise that you never get it right. I mean, I've probably about half a dozen times in my 40 years of acting have thought, well, that was a really good performance. But it can always be better. And so one goes to the theatre every day hoping that it'll be in some way better. There's always the possibility you might get it right. I mean, you never do, you never can.
So what for you is the main difference with film acting?
In movies or television film, which is what almost all television is nowadays, a lot of those responsibilities lie with the director and the editor. And as having directed film myself, I know perfectly well that you can make a sad scene funny, you can make a slow scene fast in the editing suite. It's an astonishing power that a director and editor have. You can make a character seem stupid just by editing them in a certain way, or make them seem brilliant by editing them in a different way. So in that sense, the actor's rather powerless.
Anything else?
The other thing that's very hard about acting on film is that, hilariously, it's regarded as a sort of naturalistic medium, but in no sense is it that for the actor, because first of all, there are some little metal objects right in front of you, sort of staring at you as you're doing your love scene or whatever else it might be.
4.26 Interview with an Actor, Part 3.
Do you enjoy watching other actors acting?
Well, I love watching other actors acting. I've been obsessed by acting since I was a child, and I'm a great connoisseur of it, and I think I'm quite a good judge of it. And so I adore watching other actors' work when it's good. When it's not, it's a great pain to me.
Who were the first great actors you saw?
As a young man and a boy, I was extraordinarily lucky to see that fabled generation of actors of Gielgud, Richardson, Olivier, Edith Evans, Peggy Ashcroft, people now almost all completely forgotten. Even if they made movies, it's unlikely that people of a younger generation know who they are. But when they were alive and kicking and doing their extraordinary work on stage, it was something quite remarkable. I mean, it was the sort of thing that nobody attempts anymore.
Do any modern actors come close to that golden generation?
In movies, not always, but sometimes Daniel Day-Lewis does, I think, probably approach a role in the way that a Lawton might have approached it.
Is there anything you don't like about acting?
I don't much like wearing makeup. I sweat a lot, it comes off, it's uncomfortable, it's sticky, you can't... And I do everything I can to avoid wearing makeup.
Do you still get stage fright?
I don't get stage fright, but I do get self-conscious, and I hate that, and I wish I didn't, particularly at events like First Nights, because I don't know how it's impossible to ignore the fact that there are at least 100 people sitting out there judging you, you know. I think almost all actors feel a tremendous longing for the first night to be over, but it has to happen. It's like a sort of operation. You know it's got to happen, it's going to hurt, but you will feel better afterwards.
4.27 Interview with an Actor, Looking at Language. 1.
I thought, what a wonderful job. What a fantastic, interesting job.
2.
My job was to reconcile that with the fact that he wrote The Manager of Figaro. And that was tremendously hard.
3.
Its fame, almost from the moment it was announced, was overwhelmingly greater than anything I had ever done.
4.
They're absolutely different media. They require different things from you as an actor.
5.
You bring completely different things to them.
6.
The beauty of the theatre is that every single performance is utterly different from every other one.
7.
As a young man and a boy, I was extraordinarily lucky to see that fabled generation of actors of Gielgud, Richardson, Olivier.
4.28 On the Street. Haylene.
What actors do you enjoy watching?
Well, my favorite actors are Meg Ryan. I like Jennifer Aniston. All that has to do with Friends. And I like Tom Hanks, Sandra Bullock.
Why do you like them?
Sandra Bullock, for example, I like her because she can make different roles and she kills it. She's really good at it.
Why do you like Sandra Bullock's performance in Miss Congeniality?
I like it because she first shows a side of her that is not too girly. She's like, I don't care, whatever. And then she showed that she could change her character into this girly woman. That was really good.
Sean.
What actors do you particularly enjoy watching?
I don't really have a favourite actor, I don't think, but I always enjoy watching Robert De Niro.
Why do you like him?
I think he just has an intensity and a presence that makes you want to watch him, makes you want to think about why he's doing what he's doing. I think even if it's something quite silly, it's still always interesting to watch.
What performance of his do you particularly enjoy?
I think my favourite film and my favourite performance of all time is The Deer Hunter.
Yvonne.
What actors do you particularly enjoy watching?
I particularly like watching Christian Bale as an actor and maybe an actress, Anne Hathaway.
Which of their performances did you particularly enjoy?
I enjoyed Christian Bale as Batman and also in the movie The Prestige.
Why do you like Anne Hathaway?
I like Anne Hathaway because she's very attractive, and I liked her in The Dark Knight Rises.
Yasuko.
What actors do you particularly enjoy watching?
An actress that I do like is Meryl Streep. I think she's a very powerful actress. I think she does well in any role that's given to her. I really do admire her. She's very moving. Anything that she does, she moves me.
Are there any particular films in which you enjoyed her performance?
My favorite movie with Meryl Streep is Julie and Julia.
Why did you like her performance?
I think she did a really good job capturing Julia Child. She sounded like her. She was able to just become her. So I loved it.
4.29 Colloquial English Phrases. 1.
I like it because she first shows a side of her that is not too girly.
2.
I think he just has an intensity and a presence that makes you want to watch him.
3.
I think my favourite film and my favourite performance of all time is The Deer Hunter.
4.
I think she does well in any role that's given to her.
5.
I think she did a really good job capturing Julia Child.
4.30
So, welcome to the program, Danny. Now, you're an ex-burglar yourself, so you can obviously give us the inside story here. Tell me, how long does a burglar usually take to rob a house?
I'd say that an experienced burglar would never spend more than 20 minutes in a house. 20 minutes maximum, and then out.
And how much would they probably take in that time?
Maybe $4,000 or $5,000 worth of goods. It depends on the house.
And what are the favorite things for burglars to steal?
Well, these days, they're usually looking for things like laptops and tablets. They're easy to sell, you know, and not so easy for the owner to identify if the burglar later gets caught.
What one thing would be likely to stop a burglar from breaking into a house?
I'd say definitely a dog, especially a noisy one. Burglars don't like dogs because they're unpredictable.
What kind of things would actually make a burglar choose a particular house to break into?
Well, it has to look like a house where there'll be things worth taking. So a burglar will usually go for a house that looks expensive in a good area. And they'll also often choose a house where there are trees or bushes outside that are good places to hide while they're watching the house before they break in. And also where they could hide when they come out of the house. That way, there's less chance of neighbors seeing them. And obviously, they'll usually wait for the house to be empty before they break in.
So a burglar wouldn't break in if they thought the owners were at home?
Not usually, no. Though there are some burglars who actually prefer it if the owners are at home in bed.
Oh?
That way, they won't get surprised by them suddenly coming home when they're in the middle of things.
Oh, not a very nice thought. What's the most common time of day for a burglar to break into your house?
People always think of burglars as working at night. And, of course, some do. But the majority of burglaries happen between around 10 in the morning and lunchtime. A burglar will watch a house and then wait for the adults to go to work and the kids to go to school, and then he can be sure the house is empty.
What's the easiest way for a burglar to break into a house?
The easiest way is just taking out a window or a patio door, usually at the back of the house. You can do this really quickly, and it doesn't make much noise if you have good equipment, which a serious burglar would usually have.
And finally, what's the safest room to hide your valuables in? What's the last place a burglar would look?
There's a typical order burglars use when they search a house. They start with the main bedroom, because that's often where people leave their valuables, and then the living room. After that, probably the dining room, if there is one, a home office, and then the kitchen. The last place would probably be a kid's bedroom. You wouldn't usually expect to find anything worth taking there.
So a child's bedroom is the best place to hide things?
Well, in theory. Though, of course, if any burglars out there have been listening to this program, they might start looking there first.
4.31. 1,
Burglar.
2,
Robber.
3,
Shoplifter.
4,
Pickpocket.
5,
Mugger.
6,
Thief.
4.32. Crimes and criminals. 1, I,
Blackmail. Blackmailer. Blackmail.
2, L,
Bribery. Bribe.
3, E,
Burglary. Burglar. Break in. Burgle.
4, D,
Forgery. Forger. Forge.
5, K,
Fraud. Fraudster. Commit fraud.
6, F,
Hacking. Hacker. Hack into.
7, C,
Hijacking. Hijacker. Hijack.
8, A,
Kidnapping. Kidnapper. Kidnap.
9, O,
Mugging. Mugger. Mug.
10, B,
Murder. Murderer. Murder.
11, J,
Robbery. Robber. Rob.
12, G,
Smuggling. Smuggler. Smuggle.
13, P,
Stalking. Stalker. Stalk.
14, M,
Terrorism. Terrorist. Use violent actions, etc.
15, N,
Theft. Thief. Steal.
16, H,
vandalism, vandal, vandalize.
4.33. What happens to a criminal? The crime. 1.
Carl and Adam committed a crime. They robbed a large supermarket.
2.
The police investigated the crime.
3.
Carl and Adam were caught driving to the airport in a stolen car.
4.
They were arrested and taken to a police station.
5.
The police questioned them for 10 hours.
6.
Finally, they were charged with armed robbery.
The trial. 7.
2 months later, Carl and Adam appeared in court.
8.
They were accused of armed robbery and car theft.
9.
Witnesses told the court what they had seen or knew.
10.
The jury, of 12 people, looked at and heard all the evidence.
11.
After 2 days, the jury reached their verdict.
12.
Carl was found guilty. His fingerprints were on the gun used in the robbery.
13.
The judge decided what Carl's punishment should be.
14.
He sentenced him to 10 years in prison.
15.
There was no proof that Adam had committed the crime.
16.
He was acquitted and allowed to go free.
4.34.
Drugs. Judge. Mugger. Punishment. Smuggling.
Burglar. Murderer.
Caught. Court. Fraud.
You. Accuse.
Jury.
4.35.
And last on our crime news stories from around the world, a burglar who's been fooling even the most intelligent students. The area near Broadway and 9th Street in New York City is where students often head to when they're looking for an apartment to share. This was something well known to Daniel Stewart Cooper, who also knew that students in a shared house often go out and leave the door unlocked, maybe thinking that another roommate is still inside. This situation suited Cooper perfectly, and he is thought to have committed between 50 and 100 burglaries in the area. It is believed that he was mainly interested in finding illegal substances, but that if he found electronics or other gadgets lying around, he took those too. And he didn't just steal things. Cooper is also said to have made himself at home in the houses, helping himself to food from the refrigerator and even taking a shower. Although he usually tried to make sure that the residents were out, if he did meet people, it's thought that he would pretend to know someone there, and so was able to leave without raising suspicions. However, on September 5th, Cooper was finally caught, after 2 students saw him in the area with a laptop and a backpack that he had just stolen from their house. Dylan John, one of the victims, told CBS News that Cooper had taken some food too. Cooper, who ran off as soon as he realized that the students suspected him, was found by the police hiding behind some nearby bushes.
.36.
Simple present. Murderers are usually sentenced to life imprisonment.
Present continuous. The trial is being held right now.
Present perfect. My car has been stolen.
Simple past. Jim was arrested last month.
Past continuous. The theater was being rebuilt when it was set on fire.
Past perfect. We saw that one of the windows had been broken.
Future. The prisoner will be released next month. The verdict is going to be given tomorrow.
Infinitive. People used to be imprisoned for stealing bread.
Base form. You can be fined for parking at a bus stop.
Gerund. He paid a fine to avoid being sent to jail.
4.37. 1.
They say that the fire was started deliberately.
It is said that the fire was started deliberately.
People think that the mayor will resign.
It is thought that the mayor will resign.
2.
People say the man is in his 40s.
The man is said to be in his 40s.
The police believe he has left the country.
He is believed to have left the country.
4.38.
And for our last story today, have you ever wondered what it would be like to be eaten by a tiger? Well, now we know, thanks to Sundari, a 7-year-old Siberian tiger living at Longleat Safari Park. Last week, when it snowed, the zookeepers decided to build some snowmen to entertain the tigers, and they hid a tiny video camera inside one of the snowmen to video the tigers' reactions. At first, the tigers just sniffed at the snowman, but then one of them, named Sundari, began attacking the snowman and started to eat it and the camera. However, she didn't like the taste of the camera, so after a while she spat it out. Amazingly, the camera hadn't stopped recording and was still working when the zookeepers recovered it. The video that the hidden camera had taken was incredible. For the first time, you could feel what it would be like to be attacked by a tiger and see its open mouth coming at you and see its enormous razor-sharp teeth and its rough tongue. In fact, a spokesman for the safari park said that the shots of Sundari's teeth were so clear that it gave them the chance to do a quick health check on her mouth, gums, and teeth.
4.39. 1.
Jack offered to drive me to the airport.
I promise not to tell anybody.
2.
The doctor advised me to rest.
I persuaded my sister not to go out with Max.
3.
I apologized for being so late.
The police accused Carl of stealing the car.
4.40.
Accuse.
Admit.
Advise.
Agree.
Convince.
Deny.
Insist.
Invite.
Offer.
Order.
Persuade.
Promise.
Refuse.
Regret.
Remind.
Suggest.
Threaten.
4.41. 1.
He offered to make some coffee.
2.
He refused to go.
3.
He agreed to help me.
4.
He promised to call me.
5.
He reminded me to lock the door.
6.
He advised me to buy a new car.
7.
He invited me to have dinner.
8.
He denied breaking the window.
9.
He admitted stealing the money.
10.
He regretted marrying Susan.
11.
He suggested going to a dance club.
12.
The police accused him of stealing the laptop.
4.42. 1.
I didn't break the window.
He denied breaking the window.
2.
I wish I hadn't married Susan.
He regretted marrying Susan.
3.
I'll call you, believe me.
He promised to call me.
4.
Let's go to a dance club.
He suggested going to a dance club.
5.
You stole the laptop.
The police accused him of stealing the laptop.
6.
No, I won't go.
He refused to go.
7.
Okay, I'll help you.
He agreed to help me.
8.
Remember to lock the door.
He reminded me to lock the door.
9.
I'll make some coffee.
He offered to make some coffee.
10.
Would you like to have dinner?
He invited me to have dinner.
11.
Yes, it was me. I stole the money.
He admitted stealing the money.
12.
You should buy a new car.
He advised me to buy a new car.
4.43. Journalists and people in the media. 1.
Critic.
2.
Sports commentator.
3.
Reporter.
4.
Editor.
5.
News anchor.
6.
Freelance journalist.
7.
Newscaster.
8.
Paparazzi.
9.
Advice columnist.
4.44. Adjectives to describe the media. 1. D.
The reporting in the paper was very sensational.
2. E.
The news on Channel 12 is really biased.
3. B.
I think the New York Times is the most objective of the Sunday papers.
4. A.
The movie review was very accurate.
5. C.
I think the report was censored.
4.45. The language of headlines. 1. A.
Famous actress in restaurant bill spat.
2. E.
Team manager to quit after shocking defeat.
3. G.
Prince to wed 18-year-old TV soap star.
4. L.
President backs senator in latest scandal.
5. I.
Tarantino tabbed to direct new thriller.
6. B.
Thousands of jobs axed by U.S. companies.
7. K.
Stock market hit by oil fears.
8. C.
Police quiz witness in murder trial.
9. D.
Astronaut bids to be first man on Mars.
10. J.
Politicians clash over new car tax proposal.
11. H.
Tennis star vows to avenge defeat.
12. F.
Actor and wife split over affair with cleaner.
4.46.
Brad Pitt said recently, "They call my kids by their names. They shove cameras in their faces. I really believe there should be a law against it." He was talking, of course, about paparazzi. But are the paparazzi really as bad as Brad Pitt says they are? Today in the studio with me is Jennifer Boole, who is an actual, is it paparazzi or paparazzo?
Paparazzo for a man, paparazza for a woman. Paparazzi is the plural.
So, Jennifer, are you good, bad, or in between?
Well, I think I'm a good girl, but some people would probably not like me.
A lot of people say there's a working relationship between celebrities and paparazzi. Would you say that was true? That celebrities actually tell you where they're going to be?
Yes, of course. That happens all the time. But I think that's what a lot of the public doesn't realize. You know, people shout at us and insult us when there's a big crowd of us around. Let's say Britney Spears or Lindsay Lohan. I just want to tell them that they called us. After we've sold the photos, we split the money between the stars and us.
I've often thought that must be true. I mean, nobody just goes to the gym with their hair done and makeup on unless they're actually expecting to be photographed.
Exactly. But don't get me wrong. It's not like all the celebrities want to be photographed. If a celebrity wants to go out and avoid the paparazzi, it's pretty easy to do. Celebrities that don't like it rarely get photographed. They very rarely get photographed.
Give me some examples of celebrities who genuinely don't want to be photographed. Like, who really hates it?
Julia Roberts hates it. Kate Bosworth hates it.
Are photos of them worth more money if they hate it?
It depends. No, not necessarily. Because they don't get photographed often, then nobody sees them in magazines, and they lose interest in them because they become boring.
What shot have you taken that you got the most money for?
Probably one of the shots that sold the best that I didn't expect, didn't even know, was Paris Hilton carrying the Bible right before she went to jail. There were lots of paparazzi there, but I was the only one that got the Bible.
Do you think we need stricter laws to keep paparazzi away?
There are already enough laws. We don't need more laws or anti-paparazzi laws or anything else. There are places where celebrities can go to where they know they won't be followed, and places where they know they will be.
For example?
We don't go into restaurants, we don't go into stores, and of course we don't go into people's homes. That's private property. But a beach or a park isn't.
So you don't think that being followed and photographed by the paparazzi is really stressful for celebrities?
I think there are only a few people for whom it's really and truly stressful. I'd say that in most cases, The star not only doesn't mind, but has actually told the paparazzi, "This is where I'm going to be this afternoon."
Fascinating. Thank you very much for coming into the studio.
Mhm.
Jennifer Boole, everybody.
.48. A short film on the speed of news.
Hi, my name's Matt Wilder. I'm a freelance journalist based in Washington, D.C. At the moment, I'm trying to find a good story. I have a 6 o'clock deadline, but nothing's going on. I know. I'll see what topics are trending on Twitter. Today, we live in the era of new media. People can access the news at any time, from any place, on all kinds of digital devices. The internet and social media sites, such as Twitter and Facebook, allow these news consumers to become news producers. If you want to be a journalist, all you have to do is post an article online, and it can be read instantly by anyone, anywhere in the world. Journalism has changed a lot during the first days of the newspaper, and most of these changes have been driven by technology. There's no better place to discover this than Washington, D.C., home of the Newseum. There are over 30,000 newspapers here, covering over 500 years of news. This is the Boston Newsletter, thought to be the first continuously published newspaper in North America.
This edition, from 1718, reports on the sensational killing of Edward Teach, better known as Blackbeard, believed to be one of the most dangerous pirates at the time.
Reporting in the early days of journalism must have been very difficult. Journalists would ride their horses to the nearest town that had a printing press. Their reports were then published in a newspaper, which was often just a single sheet of paper, and distributed on horseback.
The roads were bad, so it was very difficult to send news over long distances. By the time most people read these newspapers, the news was often very out of date.
This all changed when the first telegraph line was built in 1844. Suddenly, journalists could send stories quickly. The telegraph is said to have revolutionized news reporting. This new style of journalism came just in time for the American Civil War.
For the first time, news could be sent at the same time as battles were being fought. War correspondents, and the stories they sent, became very popular. But there were still problems. These war reports were very biased because journalists represented their own side in the war. There was no objectivity, and reports were usually censored by the army or the government. So stories were often inaccurate, and sometimes completely wrong.
It wasn't until the invention of radio and television that news could be broadcast live. This completely transformed news and created the age of the mass media, where news could be communicated to a huge audience.
Throughout the 20th century, demand for news stories increased, and news technology continued to advance. By the end of the century, there were hundreds of cable TV channels, lots of 24-hour news channels, and the internet had been invented. Suddenly, we were in the information age.
This is the HP New Media Gallery. It shows the news as it is today. Visitors to this exhibit are placed right at the center of the digital news revolution.
They are instantly connected to the day's news by live Twitter feeds, showing the day's trending news stories. They can also check out major news stories which were first reported on social media. These pictures of a plane landing on New York's Hudson River were taken on a smartphone and uploaded to Twitter seconds after the incident had occurred.
Speaking of smartphones, fantastic. A tweet from the White House. Oh, there's a big announcement in 25 minutes. I better go. Bye.
5.2.
The first point to bear in mind is that nothing, I repeat, nothing, is ever free. How often have you seen ads saying things like, "Get a free MP3 player when you subscribe to our magazine for 6 months"? There's something about the word free that immediately attracts us. I want it. It makes us feel smart, as if we're going to get something for nothing. But of course, that MP3 player, which incidentally will probably break the second time you use it, wasn't free at all. In spite of what the ad said, its price was really included in the magazine subscription, so don't trust any ad that offers something for free. A second trick that advertisers use is when they tell us, "There are only a few left. Buy now while the stock lasts." What happens to us when we read or hear these words? Even though we don't really need the products, and maybe don't even like them, we immediately want to be among the lucky few who have them. But let's be clear about this. Companies just don't run out of products. Do you really think the manufacturers couldn't produce a few more if they thought they could sell them? Of course they could. When it comes to new products, we, the consumers, are like sheep, and we follow each other. So another way advertisers get us to use something is to tell us everybody's using it. And of course, we think everybody can't be wrong, so the product must be fantastic. So as to make us believe it, they use expressions like, "It's a must-have," or "It's the in thing." And they combine this with a photograph of a large group of people so that we can't fail to get the message. But don't be fooled. Even if everybody is using it, and they may not be, everybody can be wrong. Another favorite message is, "You too can look like this," accompanied by a photo of a fabulous-looking man or woman. But the problem is, you can't look like this because actually the woman or man in the photo is a model, and also because he or she doesn't really look like that either. The photo has been airbrushed in order to make the model look even slimmer, with perfect skin, and even more attractive than they are in real life. Finally, what most annoys me is, "Trust me, I'm a doctor," or "Trust me, I'm a celebrity." The idea is that if a celebrity is using the product, it must be fantastic, or if a doctor recommends it, it must really work. But be careful. Although the actress is holding the product in the photo, do you really think she colors her hair with it at home? And the doctor in the ad, is he really a doctor or just an actor wearing a white coat? Ads also often mention a particular organization that recommends their product. For example, things like, "Our dog biscuits are recommended by the International Association of Dog Nutritionists." Well, that's probably an organization that the company set up themselves. Or, "A recent independent study found that our toothpaste cleans your teeth better than any other brand." What study was it? Who commissioned the study? It was probably produced for the company itself and paid for by them too.
5.3. 1.
In spite of what the ad said, its price was really included in the magazine subscription.
2.
Even though we don't really need the products, and maybe don't even like them, we immediately want to be among the lucky few who have them.
3.
So as to make us believe it, they use expressions like, "It's a must-have,"
4.
and they combine this with a photograph of a large group of people so that we can't fail to get the message.
5.
The photo has been airbrushed in order to make the model look even slimmer, with perfect skin, and even more attractive than they are in real life.
6.
Although the actress is holding the product in the photo, do you really think she colors her hair with it at home?
7.
It was probably produced for the company itself and paid for by them too.
5.4. 1.
Although the ad said it would last for years, mine broke after 2 months.
I went to work even though I wasn't feeling very well.
I like Anne, though she sometimes annoys me.
2.
In spite of her age, she is still very active. Despite her age, she is still very active.
In spite of being 85, she is still very active. Despite being 85, she is still very active.
In spite of the fact that she's 85, she is still very active. Despite the fact that she's 85, she is still very active.
5.5. 1.
I went to the bank to talk to the bank manager. I went to the bank in order to talk to the bank manager. I went to the bank so as to talk to the bank manager.
2.
I went to the bank for a meeting with the bank manager.
3.
I went to the bank so that I could talk to the manager in person.
4.
I wrote down what he said so as not to forget it.
5.6.
When Paul Feldman started his business, he really thought that at least 95% of the people would pay for their bagels. This was presumably because that was the payment rate that he got in his own office. But, in fact, this rate wasn't representative at all. I mean, in his office, most people paid probably just because Feldman worked there himself, and they knew him personally, and probably liked him. So, when Feldman sold his bagels in other offices, he had to accept less. After a while, he considered that a company was honest if over 90% of the people paid. Between 80 and 90% was what he considered to be normal, the average rate. He didn't like it, but he had to accept it. It was only if a company habitually paid less than 80%, which luckily not many did, that he would feel he had to do something. First, he would leave a note, sort of giving them a warning, and then, if things didn't improve, he would simply stop selling there. Interestingly, since he started the business, the boxes he leaves to collect the cash have hardly ever been stolen. Obviously, in the mind of an office worker, to steal a bagel isn't a crime, but to steal the money box is. So, what does the bagel data tell us about the kind of offices that were not honest, the ones that didn't pay? Well, first of all, it shows that smaller offices are more honest than big ones. An office with 20 to 30 employees generally pays 3 to 5% more than an office with 200 to 300 employees. This seems to be because in a smaller community, people are more worried about being dishonest, probably because they would feel worse if they were caught. The bagel data also suggests that your mood, how you feel, affects how honest you are. For example, the weather is a really important factor. When the weather is unusually good, more people pay. But if it's unusually cold or rainy, fewer people pay. And people are also affected by holidays, but in different ways. It depends which holiday. Before Christmas and Thanksgiving, people are less honest. But just before the 4th of July and Labor Day, they are more honest. This seems to be because holidays, like the 4th of July, are just a day off work, and people always look forward to them. But Christmas and Thanksgiving are holidays where people very often feel stressed or miserable, so their bad mood makes them less honest. The other thing Feldman believes affects how honest people are is the morale in an office. When employees like their boss and like their job, then the office is more honest. He also thinks that the higher people are promoted, the less honest they are. He reached this conclusion because, over several years, he'd been delivering 3 baskets of bagels to a company that was on 3 floors. The top floor was the executive floor, and the lower 2 floors were people who worked in sales and service and administrative employees. Well, it turned out that the least honest floor was the executive floor. It makes you wonder whether maybe these guys got to be executives because they were good at cheating. But in general, the story of Feldman's bagel business is a really positive one. It's true that some people do steal from him, but the vast majority, even though no one is watching them, are honest.
5.7. Verbs and expressions. A. 1.
Manufactured.
2.
Launched.
3.
Merged.
4.
Market.
5.
Produced. Exported.
6.
Took over.
7.
Became.
8.
Expanded.
9.
Set up.
10.
Imported.
11.
Grows.
12.
Close down. Drop.
5.8 Verbs and expressions. C.
Do business with.
Do a job.
Do market research.
Do well. Do badly.
Make a deal.
Make a decision.
Make an investment.
Make a loss.
Make money.
5.9 Organizations and people. A. 1,
A chain.
2,
A business.
3,
A multinational.
4,
Headquarters.
5,
A branch.
B. 1,
The staff.
2,
A customer.
3,
A client.
4,
A colleague.
5,
The CEO.
6,
The owner.
7,
A manager.
5.10 1,
We're making good progress with the report.
2,
The new building is progressing well.
3,
We export to customers all over the world.
4,
One of our main exports is cheese.
5,
Can you refund me the cost of my ticket?
Sorry, we don't give refunds.
6,
Sales have increased by 10% this month, so there has been an increase in profits.
7,
The demand for organic produce has grown enormously.
8,
Most toys nowadays are produced in China.
9,
Half the applicants for the job were rejected.
10,
Rejects are sold at a reduced price.
5.12 Prefixes and suffixes that add meaning. A. 1, G.
Overcrowded.
2, C.
Megacities.
3, D.
Underdeveloped.
4, B.
Multicultural.
5, J.
Subway.
6, H.
Bilingual.
7, E.
Monorail.
8, F.
Autopilot.
9, A.
Antisocial.
10, K.
Misunderstood.
11, I.
Postgraduate.
5.13 C. 1, D.
Homeless. Hopeless.
2, A.
Careful. Useful.
3, C.
Bulletproof. Waterproof.
4, B.
Unbreakable. Drinkable.
5.14 Nouns formed with suffixes.
Intention. Pollution. Population. reduction,
entertainment, excitement, government, improvement,
coldness, friendliness, ugliness, weakness,
absence, convenience, distance, ignorance,
racism, terrorism,
brotherhood, childhood.
5.15 Nouns which are different words. 1,
Lose. Loss.
2,
Die. Death.
3,
Succeed. Success.
4,
Think. Thought.
5,
Believe. Belief.
6,
Hot. Heat.
7,
Strong. Strength.
8,
Hungry. Hunger.
9,
High. Height.
10,
Long. Length.
5.16
Accommodation.
Antisocial.
Bilingual.
Entertainment.
Government.
Homeless.
Loneliness.
Multicultural.
Neighborhood.
Overcrowded.
Poverty.
Underdeveloped.
Unemployment.
Vandalism.
5.17
So, Miles, you're going to tell us about your top 5 cities.
Yes, it was a difficult question for me because, of course, as a travel writer, I've been to so many places. But in the end, I decided that if I was making a personal choice, they had to be cities that meant something to me personally, that had a personal connection. So these aren't necessarily big tourist cities, though some of them are, but the cities that are my own personal top 5. Incidentally, these 5 aren't in any particular order.
So what's the first one in your top 5?
Well, the first one is Sydney. The personal connection is that my son and his family live there, so of course my wife and I have been there quite often and got to know it well. Of course, there are lots of amazing things about Sydney. For one thing, it's a waterfront city. It has the sea all around it. There's wonderful surfing on Bondi Beach and plenty of great little bays for sunbathing and swimming. It's also a very cosmopolitan city. Sydney-siders, which is what people from Sydney are called, come from all corners of the world. So, for example, the choice of places to eat is endless. You can find everything from simple soup kitchens to elegant, world-class restaurants. So you can choose to eat Thai, Vietnamese, Greek, Italian, and many, many other kinds of cuisine.
And your second city?
My wife and I spent our honeymoon in Edinburgh, so it's always been a special place for me. But I think it's especially exciting during the festival, which happens every August. Of course, there's a fantastic programme of music and dance and the arts, but what gives the city a special buzz during the festival is the Fringe. The Fringe is a massive alternative festival, and it has literally hundreds of events: comedy, theatre, amateur student groups, street entertainers, and of course the pubs stay open until much later than usual during the festival, and that adds to the atmosphere too. However, it's really hard to get accommodation during the festival, so you need to book well in advance.
I must say, I've never been to the festival, though I've often thought about going. Next year, I really have to get there. What about your third city?
My third city is Cairo.
Ah.
We lived there for 5 years in the 70s, and both our sons were born there, beside the River Nile. People always associate Cairo with the pyramids, and of course, they are amazing, but for me, the best thing about it is the museums, which are absolutely fantastic. The Egyptian Museum has the world's largest and best collection from pharaonic times. Then the Coptic Museum, which is in the suburb of Al-Fastat, has the best of Egypt's Christian culture. And the Museum of Islamic Art has a whole lot of exquisite pieces from Muslim times. So, if you're someone who likes museums and antiquities, my advice is go to Cairo.
Oh, I have been to Cairo, and I completely agree with you. And your next one?
For my next one, we're back in Europe, in Italy. I've chosen Lucca in Tuscany. Tuscany's two major tourist towns, Florence and Pisa, are absolutely jam-packed with tourists all year round, but most of them never get to Lucca. You can only really explore it on foot, which is the way I like to move around a town, and in about an hour you can do the 4-kilometre circuit all around its Renaissance town walls. These walls are amazing. They're completely intact, and you can peer into people's living rooms as you walk past. Or you can walk from one end of the town to the other along the Via Filungo. Also, Lucca is the birthplace of Puccini, who's one of my all-time favourite composers. He played the organ of the town's magnificent cathedral when he was a young man, and there's a wonderful open-air festival every year where they perform his operas at a place called Torre del Lago, which is just nearby.
And your last city?
My last city is one that not many people have been to. It's not on the usual tourist route. I'd just finished university and I was curious about the wider world, so I went to Laos in Southeast Asia. Laos and its capital, Vientiane, were my first experience of living and working outside Western Europe. The Laotians are a lovely, gentle, laid-back people. They taught me to relax. And they showed me how it's quite possible to be happy with very little money. The scenery is spectacular too. The impressive Mekong River flows far away over the sands in the dry season and speeds by the city like a wide, rushing torrent once the rainy season begins. I remember looking down on it from one of the restaurants along its banks and feeling that it was sweeping away all my troubles.
5.18. 1.
There's wonderful surfing on Bondi Beach and plenty of great little bays for sunbathing and swimming.
2.
The choice of places to eat is endless.
3.
But what gives the city a special buzz during the festival is the fringe.
4.
And the Museum of Islamic Art has a whole lot of exquisite pieces from Muslim times.
5.
Tuscany's two major tourist towns, Florence and Pisa, are absolutely jam-packed with tourists all year round.
6.
These walls are amazing. They're completely intact, and you can peer into people's living rooms as you walk past.
7.
The Laotians are a lovely, gentle, laid-back people.
8.
I remember looking down on it from one of the restaurants along its banks and feeling that it was sweeping away all my troubles.
5.19. 1.
The weather is fantastic there, and there's very little traffic, so you can walk everywhere.
The scenery is beautiful here, but it's spoiled by all the trash people leave.
2.
Could you give me some advice about where to stay?
One useful piece of advice is to get a Metro card.
3.
The new opera house is made mainly of glass.
Can I have a glass of water, please?
5.20. 1.
One of the best museums is on the outskirts of the city.
My clothes are filthy. I'll put on some clean pants. I'll put on a pair of clean pants.
2.
The hotel staff is very efficient.
The cabin crew is coming around with the snack cart in just a few minutes.
5.21 Interview with an advertising executive. Part 1.
What first drew you to advertising as a career choice?
What drew me to advertising was actually, in a weird way, I had no choice. Third generation advertising guy. My father's brother, my uncle, who was 15 years older than he, was in advertising, believe it or not, in the 1940s in Philadelphia. My father kind of took the baton from him, was in advertising, and I grew up with it. And so I've been making a living in the business since 1984. It's a long time. It's 30 years.
Do you still remember any commercials from your childhood?
So I remember a lot of commercials. Growing up in an advertising household, as we did, TV was more of a social event in those days. It wasn't a TV in every room. Like the family would gather to watch television. And we were told not to talk, during the commercials. We could talk during the shows. So I grew up kind of watching commercials. I remember a lot of commercials. I bet you most people of my generation would remember a lot of, and I feel kind of guilty saying this because they're usually decried as not very creative, but you remember a lot of jingles.
What do you think makes jingles memorable?
Among purists in the field, jingles are, laughed at, scoffed at, but God, you remember them. What do they call them? Earworms. They get in your head and you can't get them out sometimes. And you add that to, almost everyday exposure, 6 times a day. It's going to get in there. I can do, I could sing one for you. There was a kid's hot cereal for children called H.O. Farina. And it was an animated cartoon. It was very rudimentary. If you saw it today, you wouldn't believe it was like a national broadcast cartoon. And it was a little story of Willie and Wilhelmina. And Willie trips on a rock. And he goes, every day I trip over that rock, Wilhelmina. And she says, move it, Willie. And he says, can't, too big. And I bet you I'm getting this word for word, if you could find it. And she says, I will. And he says, you're a girl. And she picks it up. And then the jingle comes up and it goes, strong Wilhelmina eats her farina. Like I said, I probably heard that 500 times, maybe more when I was growing up, because it was every weekend for about 8 years.
5.22 Interview with an advertising executive. Part 2.
What elements of a commercial are the most important?
To me, a commercial basically is built in 3 parts. If you think of it as a pyramid, the top part of the pyramid, I would say, is impact. I have to intrude upon your life, because you're probably working on your computer while you're watching TV, or you're doing something. And when I talk about a TV commercial, it's the same for a web ad or an app. So you have to get impact. You have to intrude. You have to kind of knock on the door. The second thing is communication. What do you want the person to know? And that needs to be clear and precise. And the third thing is the hardest. It's persuasion, because you're running a commercial to get people to do something. So it's that amalgamation. Another way of talking about it, and this is old school, but there's a acronym that probably comes from the Mad Men era called AIDA, like the opera. Attention, interest, desire, action.
How do you feel about using celebrities to sell things?
Sometimes using a celebrity is a shortcut to intrusion, because people pay attention to celebrities. Hopefully, it's a celebrity that has some bearing on the brand. That I don't think if I was working on a depilatory, I'd want to use Tommy Lee Jones, but that would just be gross. But you find the right person, they can have special meaning, I think. And we do live in a celebrity culture, and people, their ears perk up when they see a celebrity. So if you go back to that pyramid I drew, it's a way of getting impact. I'm not a giant fan of it, but sometimes you do things you're not a giant fan of.
On your website, you say, I can make people laugh. How important is humour in advertising?
I tend not to be funny in TV commercials. I'm just partly because I'm kind of a cerebral guy, and I wind up having to use that more than humor. But I think humor is incredibly important in the business, and a lot of the commercials that really resonate with people, I think, are funny. A lot of movies, a lot of everything,
5.23 Interview with an advertising executive. Part 3.
With all the technology, viral advertising, etc., do you think billboards and TV commercials have had their day?
Have billboards and TV commercials had their day? You know what? I don't think so. I mean, I can tell you empirically, I can tell you rationally that 75% of all media dollars is spent on broadcast. And I know it's like courant to say, I don't have a TV, or I never watch TV, but people do. The fact is, TV viewership is at an all-time high. So I don't think TV is dead. And I don't think billboards will be, something as kind of passé as a billboard will be dead as long as, like, the highways are crowded, because you got a captive audience. And until we can kind of pixelize ourselves and beam ourselves to work, I think there'll be billboards. I mean, they can be effective.
As a consumer, and obviously as an advertiser, does advertising influence the decisions you make?
Yeah, I'm very susceptible to advertising. I think because I tend to notice it. I think I'm very sensitive to. I think I'm very sensitive to stuff that isn't true. But when I see something that's well crafted and appeals, I think, to both my head and my heart, I think I register those things.
Is there an existing advertising campaign you wish you'd come up with? And why do you think it is so effective?
Is there an existing advertising campaign? Yeah, that I wish I did. There's a few. I think the stuff that is being done for Nike, just in general, for 30 years has been exemplary. They tapped into a mindset, and they made everyone feel like they were athletic, and they became kind of the gold standard, and they rarely hit a false note. Same thing with Apple, though people are distressed in the industry about the latest direction Apple's been taking, which seems less sincere.
Why do you think the Apple campaign is so effective?
Apple took, I think Apple is effective because they looked at an industry and they said, here's what's wrong with the industry. And everything that industry does, we're going to do differently. So that industry, for years and years and years and years, is talking about speeds and feeds. And they're talking about 697 megahertz and 4 megabytes of RAM or gigabytes of RAM, whatever it is. And Apple just said, it works. And what they did was they said, you want to be creative, this machine makes you creative. And they simplified. They were compelling, and they never lied. Yeah.
5.24 Interview with an advertising executive. Looking at language. 1.
What do they call them? Earworms.
2.
They get in your head and you can't get them out sometimes.
3.
And I bet you I'm getting this word for word, if you could find it.
4.
We do live in a celebrity culture, and people, their ears perk up when they see a celebrity.
5.
Have billboards and TV commercials have their day?
6.
Because you got a captive audience.
7.
They became kind of the gold standard, and they rarely hit a false note.
5.25. On the street.
Do you think you're influenced by advertising campaigns?
Most definitely.
Is there any product that shouldn't be advertised, in your opinion?
Alcohol and junk food to children.
Why should those ads be banned?
Because it's promoting something that's unhealthy, and that, especially junk food to children, when they see it, they're very susceptible to the adverts, and then they want it immediately. And it's a problem.
Do you think you're influenced by advertising campaigns?
I'm sure I am. Probably not consciously, but I'm sure subconsciously.
Is there any product that shouldn't be advertised, in your opinion? Why should those ads be banned?
I mean, I don't care for cigarette ads or alcohol ads, but should they be should they not be advertised? That's not a decision I should make, so I don't think so.
Do you think you're influenced by advertising campaigns?
I'm not very influenced by ad campaigns. I'm influenced by reviews.
Is there any product that shouldn't be advertised, in your opinion? Why should those ads be banned?
The only thing that comes to mind that should be banned from advertisement is I think they tend to use the female body inappropriately to sell things and items. That's pretty much the only thing that I could think of.
Do you think you're influenced by advertising campaigns?
I think that everyone is somewhat influenced by advertising campaigns, even on a minor level.
Is there any product that shouldn't be advertised, in your opinion? Why should those ads be banned?
Perhaps cigarettes shouldn't be advertised because children probably shouldn't be seeing them advertised in a cool or exciting manner.
Do you think you're influenced by advertising campaigns?
I think a lot of people are usually influenced, a little by advertisement, especially because there's so much advertisement on media, and we watch a lot of TV, internet. I try not to be. I try to research the product on my own using internet or whatnot, and try to choose the best product, not because of the advertisement.
Is there any product that shouldn't be advertised, in your opinion? Why should those ads be banned?
Advertisements for cigarettes, I think, should be banned. I don't think there's anything positive about cigarette smoking, so I think that anything that causes health issues or bad influences or addiction should be banned from being on commercials.
5.26. Colloquial English phrases. 1.
When they see it, they're very susceptible to the adverts, and then they want it immediately. And it's a problem.
2.
I'm sure I am. Probably not consciously, but I'm sure subconsciously.
3.
The only thing that comes to mind that should be banned from advertisement is...
4.
That's pretty much the only thing that I could think of.
5.
So I think that anything that causes health issues or bad influences or addiction should be banned from being on commercials.
5.27.
Let's start with the first one about the coin. Many people think that a coin dropped from the top of the Empire State Building, for example, would be traveling so fast that if it hit a person on the ground, it would kill them. However, this just isn't true. Coins are not aerodynamic, and they are also relatively small and light, so although a person on the ground would certainly feel the impact, the coin wouldn't kill them. It wouldn't even hurt them very much. Number 2 is one of the most popular scientific myths, that we only use 10% of our brains. Maybe this is because people would like to think that they could be much more intelligent if they were able to find a way to use the other 90%. In fact, neurologists haven't been able to find any area of our brains that isn't being used for something. Number 3, the dark side of the moon. Well, that only exists as the title of a Pink Floyd album. People used to think that there was a side of the moon that was always dark, that never got the sun. But of course, that isn't true. The sun illuminates every part of the moon at some point during the 24-hour cycle. It is true that there's a side of the moon that we never see. That's to say, we always see the same side of the moon, but the other side isn't always dark. Now, number 4, the one about rubber tires. A lot of people think that rubber tires on a car will protect you from lightning in the same way that wearing rubber shoes will protect you from an electric shock. Well, it's certainly true that if you're caught in a thunderstorm, it's much safer to be inside a car than outside. But the tires have nothing to do with it. When lightning strikes a car, it's actually the car's metal body that protects the passengers. It acts as a conductor and passes the electrical current right down to the ground. Number 5, poor old Einstein. Over the years, he's often been used as an example to show that you can do very badly at school and still be very successful in life. And people have actually said that he wasn't very good at math or science. But in fact, records show that the young Albert, as you would expect, got very good grades in math and science. Number 6, antibiotics don't kill viruses. No, they don't, and it's a waste of time taking them if you have a virus. Antibiotics help your body to kill bacteria, not viruses. What's more, you can't exactly kill a virus at all since a virus is not really alive to begin with. Stick to your doctor's advice and only take antibiotics when he or she specifically prescribes them. The problem is that it's often very hard for a doctor to know if you're suffering from a virus or from a bacterial infection. Number 7. I love the idea that a full moon can make people go crazy, but I think this is only true for werewolves. For centuries, nearly all cultures have attributed special mystical powers to the full moon, and in fact, the English word lunatic, which can be used to describe a crazy person, comes from the word lunar, which means to do with the moon. But in spite of a lot of scientific research, nobody has found any link at all between the full moon and insanity or crime. And finally, number 8, are bats really blind? Most English-speaking people probably think that they are, because we have the expression in English, as blind as a bat, but it's just not true. In fact, bats can see just as well as humans, even if they don't depend on their sight in the same way. Like dogs, bats rely heavily on other senses like hearing and smell. They have a very advanced sound-based system called echolocation, which allows them to know where they are when they're flying at night. But they can certainly see.
5.28
Scientist. Scientific. Science.
Chemist. Chemical. Chemistry.
Biologist. Biological. Biology.
Physicist. Physical. Physics.
Geneticist. Genetic. Genetics.
5.29 1.
Scientists carry out experiments in a laboratory.
2.
Archimedes made an important discovery in his bathtub.
3.
Isaac Newton's experiments proved his theory that gravity existed.
4.
Before a pharmaceutical company can sell new drugs, they have to do tests to make sure they are safe.
5.
Scientists have to do a lot of research into the possible side effects of new drugs.
6.
People can volunteer to be guinea pigs in clinical trials.
5.30.
Anesthetic.
Nitrogen.
Blood transfusion.
Donors.
Malaria.
Tuberculosis.
Lead.
Additive.
Polio.
Nuclear.
Lethal dose.
5.31. 1.
All animals need food. All fruit contains sugar.
All the animals in this zoo look sad. The animals all look sad.
2.
Everybody is here. Everything is very expensive.
3.
Most people live in cities.
Most of the people in this class are women.
4.
All of us work hard, and most of us come to class every week.
5.
Every room has a bathroom. I work every Saturday.
5.32. 1.
Is there any milk?
Sorry, there's no milk. There isn't any.
2.
Is there any food?
No, none. There's none. But none of us are hungry.
3.
Come any weekend. Anyone can come.
5.33. 1.
Both Pierre and Marie Curie were scientists. Neither Pierre nor Marie was aware of the dangers of radiation. Marie Curie wanted to study either physics or mathematics. In the end, she studied both at the Sorbonne in Paris.
2.
She and her husband both won Nobel Prizes. Pierre and Marie were both interested in radium.
3.
Neither of them realized how dangerous radium was.
5.34. 1.
In direct current, the electrons move in only one direction.
2.
Helium gas can be found in both liquid and solid form.
3.
Adult giraffes remain standing all day.
4.
Of all the water on our planet, hardly any of it is found underground.
5.
Snakes eat either other animals or eggs.
6.
A diamond can be destroyed only by intense heat.
7.
The human brain can continue to live without oxygen for about 6 minutes.
8.
In our solar system, Pluto is no longer considered to be a planet.
9.
When we breathe out, some of that air is oxygen.
10.
An individual blood cell makes a whole circuit of the body in about 60 seconds.
5.35.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
5.36.
When Neil Armstrong became the first man to walk on the moon on July 20th, 1969, a global audience of 500 million people was watching and listening. As he climbed down the steps from the spacecraft and stepped onto the moon, they heard him say, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind." It seemed like the perfect quote for such a momentous occasion. But from the moment he said it, people have argued about whether Armstrong got his lines wrong and made a mistake. James, tell us about it.
Well, Armstrong always said that he wrote those words himself, which became some of the most famous and memorable words in history, during the time between landing on the moon and actually stepping out of the capsule onto the moon.
Oh.
That was almost 7 hours.
And so, what is the controversy about what Armstrong said when he stepped down the ladder onto the moon?
The question is, did he say one small step for man or one small step for a man? That's to say, did he use the indefinite article or not? It's just a little word, but there's a big difference in meaning. Armstrong always insisted that he wrote one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind. Of course, this would have been a meaningful sentence. If you say a man, then it clearly means that this was one small step for an individual man, that is, himself, but one giant leap for mankind. That's to say, men and women in general. But what everybody actually heard was one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind, with no indefinite article. And that sentence means one small step for people in general, one giant leap for people in general. And that doesn't really make sense.
So, did he just get the line wrong when he said it?
Well, Armstrong himself was never sure if he actually said what he wrote. In his biography, First Man, he told the author, James Hansen, "I must admit that it doesn't sound like the word is there. On the other hand, certainly the was intended because that's the only way it makes sense." He always regretted that there had been so much confusion about it. But almost 4 decades later, Armstrong was proved to be right. Peter Shan Ford, an Australian computer expert, used very high-tech sound techniques to analyze his sentence, and he discovered that the was said by Armstrong. It's just that he said it so quickly that you couldn't hear it on the recording that was broadcast to the world on July 20th, 1969.
Was Armstrong relieved to hear this?
Yes, he was. I think it meant a lot to him to know that he didn't make a mistake.
5.37. 1.
My neighbor just bought a dog. The dog is an English bulldog.
He got into the car and drove to the courthouse.
2.
Men are taller than women on average.
I don't like sports or classical music.
I stayed at home last weekend.
5.38.
My son is in high school.
They're building a new high school in my town.
He was sent to prison for 2 years.
My grandmother used to work in the prison as a nurse.
5.39. 1.
South Korea is in East Asia.
2.
Macy's is one of the most famous department stores in the U.S.
3.
Lake Maracaibo and Lake Titicaca are both in South America.
4.
The Danube River flows into the Black Sea.
5.
The Metropolitan Museum is located on Fifth Avenue in New York.
5.40. 1. Emmeline Pankhurst.
I have been in audiences where I have seen men smile when they heard the words hunger strike. And yet I think there are very few men today who would be prepared to adopt a hunger strike for any cause. It is only people who feel an intolerable sense of oppression who would adopt a means of that kind. Well, our women decided to terminate those unjust sentences at the earliest possible moment by the terrible means of the hunger strike. It means you refuse food until you are at death's door, and then the authorities have to choose between letting you die and letting you go. Human life for us is sacred, but we say If any life is to be sacrificed, it shall be ours. We won't do it ourselves, but we will put the enemy in the position where they will have to choose between giving us freedom or giving us death.
Two. Winston Churchill.
We shall go on to the end. We shall fight in France. We shall fight on the seas and oceans. We shall fight with growing confidence and growing strength in the air. We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender.
3. Nelson Mandela.
I have cherished the idea of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve. But if needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die.
4. Barack Obama.
We know the battle ahead will be long, but always remember that no matter what obstacles stand in our way, nothing can stand in the way of the power of millions of voices calling for change. We have been told we cannot do this by a chorus of cynics, and they will only grow louder and more dissonant in the weeks and months to come. We've been asked to pause for a reality check. We've been warned against offering the people of this nation false hope. But in the unlikely story that is America, there has never been anything false about hope. For when we have faced down impossible odds, when we've been told we're not ready, or that we shouldn't try, or that we can't, generations of Americans have responded with a simple creed that sums up the spirit of a people. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
5.41. 1.
I was doing a tour of Asia where I was giving a presentation about database programs. I assumed the audiences would understand English. The organizers knew that I couldn't speak Chinese, and I knew they would be familiar with the technical language of the products I was going to talk about, which were DBase and Clipper. Well, for most of the tour, the talk seemed to go extremely well. There were big audiences, and the venues were great. The questions I was asked by the audience at the end of the talk showed that everyone had really understood what I was saying. When we arrived in the penultimate city, whose name I'm not going to mention, I started my session as I usually did, with a few questions to get to know something about the audience. So first I asked them, how many of you use DBase? I raised my own hand, because I use it myself, and pretty much the whole audience raised their hands. So then I asked, how many of you here use Clipper? And, once again, pretty much 100% of the audience raised their hands. This was extremely unusual. In fact, almost impossible. With a sinking feeling, I then asked, how many of you want to be an astronaut? And I watched as everyone's hands went up. I might as well have been speaking to a group of aliens. As it turned out, most of the audience spoke Chinese, and only Chinese. But I could see that 2 or 3 people in the audience spoke English because they were practically rolling on the floor laughing.
2.
I was giving a talk in Hungary to a group of about 200 English teachers. I got to the place where I was giving the talk a little bit late, only about 10 minutes before I was supposed to start. I rushed to the room and saw that everything was set up and most of the audience was already waiting, and I told the organizers that I just needed to quickly go to the bathroom and then I would start. They pointed me in the right direction, but when I got to the bathroom, I saw that there were 2 doors with words on them in Hungarian, but no signs. I looked at the words and decided that one of them must be the men's room, and I went in and went into a cubicle. Suddenly, I heard voices of other people coming in, but to my horror, they were women's voices, and I realized that I had guessed wrongly and had gone into the women's room. I guessed that these women must be teachers coming to my talk, so there was no way I could open the door and come out. I waited and waited, getting more and more stressed by the minute and worrying about being late to start my talk. After about 5 minutes or so, everything went quiet, and I was able to rush out and go back to the room where the audience was waiting for me to start, as it was already 5 minutes after the start time. Thank goodness nobody saw me.
3.
My first ever presentation was at a conference for English teachers around 1988. I wanted to show the audience some good ideas for using video in the classroom. I explained one of the ideas, and then I went to turn on the video player, and nothing happened. And then again, nothing, and again. By this time, I was so stressed and annoyed that in the end I said, "Okay, if it doesn't work this time, I'm leaving." And I really meant it. Amazingly, almost as if it had heard me, it worked. I never forgot that talk, and it taught me to never rely 100% on technology in a presentation.
4.
Some years ago, I had to do a presentation to a group of construction workers about health and safety at work. When I was getting dressed that morning, I put on a silk skirt, and as I was fastening it, the button at the waist broke. I didn't bother to change because the skirt had a zipper, and anyway, I was in a hurry. During the presentation, as I walked backward and forward across the stage, I started to feel something silky hit the back of my ankles. My skirt was falling down. The audience was absolutely entranced, and not by what I was saying. I quickly pulled it up and said, "Now that I have your attention," the audience roared with laughter, and one of them shouted out, "I thought that was part of your presentation." I felt terribly embarrassed, and I could hear my mother's voice in my ear saying, "You should always wear nice underwear in case you are ever in an accident." I managed to finish my presentation, and I rushed outside and started to shake. That audience may never remember a thing I said, but I'm sure they won't forget me.
5.42. B.
Salt and pepper.
Peanut butter and jelly.
Bread and butter.
Thunder and lightning.
Knife and fork.
Bed and breakfast.
Peace and quiet.
Backward and forward.
C.
Right or wrong.
Now or never.
More or less.
Sooner or later.
All or nothing.
Once or twice.
Dead or alive.
5.43.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for coming. I'm going to talk to you today about one of my hobbies, collecting adult comics. Since I was a child, I've been crazy about comics and comic books. I started reading Spider-Man and Superman when I was 7 or 8. Later, when I was a teenager, some friends at school introduced me to manga, which are Japanese comics. I've been collecting them now for about 5 years, And I'm also learning to draw them.
5.45. A short movie on digital design.
My name is Austin. I am the co-founder of 3D NYC Lab, which is a digital design and fabrication studio based in Brooklyn, New York. We design things, we make things, and we help other people with an idea realize that idea into a physical, tangible thing. Sometimes an individual or a hobbyist or an entrepreneur or designer in New York might come to us and have an idea for something and not know how to actually make it. So what we would do is help by putting that in the computer and then using a technology like 3D printing to make that into a real thing. Definitely the use cases in 3D printing you're seeing everywhere, from not only the design world but to artists and sculptors. The great thing about 3D printing is that you can make incredibly complex things that would be really expensive or difficult to do otherwise. And the other reason is more people have access to tools that allow them to be inventors or designers. Every idea starts as a digital design in the computer. What the computer is going to do is take that and slice it horizontally, layer by layer, in tiny, tiny layers. And what the printer will do is build one layer at a time. So do one, maybe move 0.5 millimeter up, and then do another one. And then the end process, you end up with a finished object. I think that there could be really exciting things in the future of integrating electric connectivity into the materials, so we might be able to print electronics next. Beyond that, what you're going to see is an overall improvement in all the different aspects that aren't perfect about it now, which I think the prints will get faster, and the machines will get cheaper, and then the quality will rise. What really excites me about the future of 3D printing is actually younger and younger students becoming very skilled at the digital design tools. So what that means is if printers are more available, that anyone can become a designer and anyone can become an inventor. So it's possible that, some student tinkering around in his garage with a 3D printer can invent the next light bulb or the next great invention.